it has also been driven by catalytic programs, like the SPGS program that was talked about. If you look at starting from about 2005, I think they mentioned that the first planting was in 2003. You see some kind of acceleration between 2005 and 2017. This was mainly driven by that program. But it has also been driven by support in silviculture and also having good species. We've been supported by Gatsby to develop good species. We've also been supported still under the SPGS program to avail good species to farmers. But now what really intrigued us was that while good policy and support frameworks can instigate growth, acceleration is where you see around between 2015 to 2023, where you begin to see major growth, was driven by private sector. When the private sector started buying woodlots and processing and exporting, that's when we really had acceleration. So that's when the people started responding and started planting. We had private sector start to come in around 2015. We had more private sector coming in around 2017 and 2019, and that's when we had the greatest acceleration. So I want us to be appreciative and to really recognize the role of private sector in this. And really to give them a round of applause. Thank you. And to the funders and to the financiers, please understand that the person you need to support is the private sector player if you want to see movement. Yes. Okay. So what is the potential? What could we get from these 450,000 hectares that we have? The last time I threw this figure around, 15 million cubic meters, Harold said, "Where are you getting that figure from?" He's a wood scientist, so he required me to put a formula in the next presentation that I was going to make. So there is a deliberate formula in that presentation where we do an average rotation cycle of about 10 years, and we consider what we call a mean annual increment. This is how many more cubic meters do you get on an acre of tree per year. So when we do that calculation, I am not a wood scientist, but after doing some consultations, we find that Uganda has a potential with proper silviculture, with proper forest management. Uganda has potential with the current coverage that we have, has a potential of producing about 15 million cubic meters of wood. You may notice a contrast between the figure that was presented by Zainab, which is 2 million, but that figure only looks at pine. The analysis that was done by FAO focused on pine, and this figure looks at both pine and eucalyptus. And eucalyptus is, we have more eucalyptus, and it has faster rotations. So with about 15 million cubic meters potential, we only currently have installed capacity to process. If we ran our factories, because we've done this assessment, we visited pretty much all the factories. If we ran our factories to maximum capacity, we can only process 3.4 million cubic meters, meaning that we have a gap of about 11.6 million cubic meters in terms of processing capacity. Most of this is being used as firewood, as charcoal, but more importantly, when we sustain that gap, we are going to have a scenario where people then determine that we do not have the capacity to process, and they will migrate or they will shift to another economic activity. So we stand to lose the momentum, and we stand to lose the coverage that we've secured if we do not increase our processing capacity. And this is based on sustainable processing. So currently, we've tried to classify the wood value chain in three classifications. The first one is primary processing. The second one is upgraded primary. This is where you're still producing semi-processed products, not final. And then secondary processing, where you're producing final products. The light yellow area, so the area below 300, I don't know if this, sorry. But the area below 300, we are basically playing around the area which is below $300 in terms of value. So dried sawn timber, low-grade panels, and treated poles. That is where we are stopping. We are not going far enough. We have some few factories that are producing some high-grade panels, but mainly we are producing veneer and mainly low-grade. We are producing wet-off saw timber. We are producing low-grade panels and treated poles. This is when you go around and when you visit most of the factories, this is the area in which they are playing. We're also producing furniture, but not mainly for export. We are producing furniture mainly for the local consumption. Our president has guided that his interest is to move up that value chain and go into the red zone, where you have engineered wood, producing paper, wood carpentry products, and furniture. And this is our dream. So our plea to private sector is, we are grateful that you have done value addition to the extent that you have so far, but our interest is for you to move up the value chain and go to the highest points of the value chain. This is the current status. We visited several industries around this country. We looked at their production capacities, and we focused mainly on primary and secondary processing industries. We didn't go so much into the furniture processing industries. We wanted to know who is taking these materials out of the forests and what are they doing with them. One of the things we noticed that was very interesting was concentration was mainly around the major cities, well, I can say the major city, which is Kampala, and then around forest locations. So you have some concentration in the Albertine region. You also have some concentration in Kampala, and then the region between Kampala and the Albertine region, which has forests around Mubende and Mityana. But then an interesting thing was that in the southwestern Uganda, which is Kabare, Kigezi region, we do not have a lot of processing industries. And when we did further analysis, we found that the terrain of that area does not favor industrialization. It is not very easy to extract a log from the Kabare hills and take it to a processing facility. So we have to come up with deliberate mechanisms to do this. Another thing we noticed was there is a lot of activity in the central and southern part of Uganda, but you don't see a lot of activity in the eastern and northern parts of Uganda. This bothered us, and we did further analysis. And we found that at the time the SPGS program started, the land that was availed by NFA for planting was mainly in the central and western part of Uganda. So most of the support went to farmers in the central and western part of Uganda, and they grew a culture of tree planting, and so you have that growth. So moving forward, we are looking at reversing that situation and making sure that also the northern and eastern parts of Uganda get more support, more catalytic support, more initial support. I am very glad that Food and Agriculture Organization is taking very keen interest in these parts, especially in supporting cooperatives. I've been engaging with them on that. They are giving more attention to eastern and northern Uganda cooperatives to ensure that there is more tree planting in that area. So when we visited all these factories, we also engaged them about what their challenges are. Their largest and major challenge was capital, access to affordable capital. That was their largest and main challenge. Everybody we talked to mentioned this as the challenge, and they even mentioned that the reason why we have more Chinese in this sector than others is because they have access to more affordable capital than Ugandans do. So this is an area that we are working to make sure that we address. And again, I am grateful that Food and Agriculture Organization in this program is responding to this challenge specifically. But we need more support to address this challenge. The second one was mainly on the regulatory side, that there is lack of clarity on the regulation of the sector, especially when it comes to export. We are clearing that out. Then limited access to export markets. The access to export markets, which I'll explain in details later, is mainly due to the sustainability and traceability of our products. The largest percentage of the global market requires sustainable products, and without a framework to ensure sustainability, most of our products cannot access that market. So we are working on addressing that by establishing a traceability system. There was also a challenge of unscrupulous manufacturers who brought about uncompetitiveness, and this was more because of the lack of clarity in the regulatory framework. So some people are taking advantage of that and making everything uncompetitive. Electricity, especially the unreliability, we have some suggestions to deal with that through clustered processing. We think that if we bring players into one area, we can address that. High cost of inputs, and then insufficient workforce, and then transport costs. The transport costs of moving products from here to the border are quite high. So with those, as government, we are putting in place measures. We've engaged with the Ministry of Finance, which put in place what they call export-import think tank, focused on wood, and came up with some key measures to address these challenges. So I thought I would talk about how we've also been performing in terms of trade. The trade performance has been great on two fronts. The first front is that we've increased what we've been exporting, but the second front is that we've diversified what we've been exporting. If you look at 2014, you see about 3 colors, because every color is a different product. By 2023, you have about 14 colors. So every new color is a new product that we are exporting. So we've been diversifying. We are on the way. We would like it to be a little bit faster, but we are diversifying. You will also notice a big color that comes in 2021, 2022, and 2023, which is veneer, which is one of the biggest products that we've been exporting, especially to China. We would prefer to convert that to the second biggest color, which is plywood, that color that is kind of green, and we are doing measures to do that. The last discussion we had with financiers, I was really impressed with financiers because they have a quick eye for money. Immediately they identified veneer and they said, we would like to finance production of veneer because we can see that the market is very clear. So it's an area that we've decided to streamline, establish standards in order to allow its export again, because we had put a hold on its export. This is one of the most interesting graphs that I actually would have, I'm glad to present. So we've been taking over the East African market. This is the import substitution within the East African market. So the largest, if you look at 2014, the largest exporter of wood products into the East African market was China. And they were exporting about 57 million US dollars into the region, and we were exporting about 21 million US dollars. We have grown to start exporting about 63 million US dollars into the region, and they are down to about 50 million US dollars. We still want that 50 million US dollars. We want all that to be coming from Uganda. That is our interest. So our plea, we are very happy with the private sector. You've done well, but we want you to still get that 50 million US dollars. And the only thing we want to hear from you is what it takes to get it. But our interest has now grown beyond East Africa. You know, when you conquer something, you start looking for more. So we want to conquer Africa. The discussion that we had last week was more about opening the African market of wood. We want to conquer the African market, which we expect that by about 2050, it will be in excess of 60 billion US dollars. And the reason we know this is because projections indicate that the African population in cities is expected to grow from 620 million to about 1.5 billion people. If you have 1.5 billion people in cities, they need packaging materials, they need construction materials, they need so many different things, paper materials and other things that interior design, furniture materials. These are all opportunities for wood. If we do not target it right now, 2050 will come along and will not be ready. So we are already beginning to put in place measures to open the African market through what we call the Continental Wood Commodity Exchange. And we are glad, again, with Food and Agriculture Organization for giving us the initial kickstart of this. The last meeting we had agreed that we should set up a task force and also pilot this in the next 2 years in at least 5 countries within the region. We are working on this with African Union. So the other interesting thing about the wood industry is, contrary to what it was before, it is now a very versatile raw material. It is, I would say, the raw material of the future. It can do almost everything. And this is because of a lot of research that has been undertaken, a lot of technology that has been developed that we just simply have to tap into. You can make clothing from wood. You can make what you call biographite. Biographite is a material used in batteries, in wood. You can make construction material. We have someone from ADHI who has been promoting modern construction materials from wood. You can make very modern furniture from wood. You can also make very modern packaging materials from wood. I am very sure every one of us has at least gotten a packaging material from wood every time you go to a cafe Java's and you say, pack my coffee for me or pack my food for me. That is a wood-based packaging material. So we have so many different products that we can capture. But I just wanted to focus on housing for now. The National Population and Household Census of Uganda of 2024 estimated that we have a deficit of about 300,000 units per year, running up to 2050. We will need to be producing about 300,000 housing units. We assessed 3 scenarios. Scenario number 1 is if you have a housing unit that takes only 2.5 cubic meters of wood, that is really consuming low wood, one taking 7.5 million cubic meters, and the other one taking 15 million cubic meters. Scenario number 3 means that there will be a demand just in Uganda of 900 million US dollars of wood if we are producing, if we are building houses that are using structured timber. So there is a great opportunity in the housing market alone. I've not looked at the other markets, but this is the one that could be a fast-moving market. And we are trying our best to see how we can get this tapped. This is the opportunity, the global opportunity I talked about that we have unfortunately locked ourselves out of. In 2023, the global demand for sustainable wood products, this is not all wood products, but the sustainable wood products, the ones that require traceability, and those are the countries and regions that require that, was estimated at 108 billion US dollars. We don't export to this market because we do not have the traceability that we need to be able to export to this market. But this is something that we are working on. Addressing traceability issues and sustainability issues opens up 70% of the global market and stops us from playing in only 30% of the global market. And this market is not only bigger, it takes higher value products. It pays more per cubic meter. So this is the market that we are looking to unlock, and another major area to look at. And another plea to private sector to really try to produce sustainable products. So try to begin working on sustainability of the products that you produce. So finally, this is my last slide, and probably the most important slide. This is a new government position held mainly by the Ministry of Water, Ministry of Trade, and the Ministry of Finance through our discussions. And this position is based on assessing the current scenario. We are currently processing in isolation, an industry here, an industry there, an industry there. The problem with that is that it has very low recovery. If you are a sawmiller and you produce your timber, you will get 30% out of it. Whatever remains, you have nothing to do with it, because you only have machines that can do sawmilling. So when we do that assessment, we realize that from our about 15 million cubic meters, at best, we can get 900 million US dollars, because we are losing 30%. Sorry, we are losing 70% to West. We are instead insisting that we should start doing clustered-based processing. And this is where industries of wood are processing within a clustered environment. So we are setting up industrial processing hubs. We are also setting up industrial parks for wood. This is something that is already in motion. And with that, if you are a sawmiller, your waste is taken up by another industry that is within the same cluster. If you bring in a log that is not ideal for sawmilling, it can easily go for veneer, or it can go for another purpose. When we do a simple analysis of this, we find that it adds an additional 6 billion to the 900 million and takes us to about 6.9 billion US dollars from what we are currently able to produce, from the 15 million cubic meters that we are able to produce. And more importantly, it is zero waste, and it even lowers the cost of production. So this is the current policy position, and most of the support should go to ensuring that we implement this way. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me your time.
Yeah, thanks, Jerome. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the dialogue has started. Another clap for Jerome. Now, we are 1 hour above what you had estimated. And we have break tea or coffee that should be going, but because Martha did something generous and invited us for tea ahead of time, I want to again rig a little bit this process and just say those who have not taken tea, there is running tea outside. You can move and pick a cup of tea and come back and sit. And we continue the discussion that has actually started. Now, I take the opportunity to invite you to the next session. The next session shall be led by Martha, and it's actually pitching of businesses. Martha, you are welcome. Thank you.
But yeah, my name is Martha Muhaire, and I am here to showcase for you the real opportunities and the challenges that they've been talking about. You've heard, Jerome's presentation talking about the different opportunities in the sector, the different challenges, but all that was a PowerPoint presentation. So allow me to bring you the real opportunities and the real challenges that are there in the market and the people that are actually facing these challenges, to talk about them and to also get some feedback from the audience. So we are going to have pitches in the morning session, around 6 businesses talking about the different opportunities they have and the challenges they are facing. Then in the afternoon, we shall also have another session of an additional 5 businesses also talking about the same. Are you as excited as I am to listen to these opportunities? I don't see that excitement. Yes. So these pitches will not take so much time, but I will encourage the audience to, welcome them, clap for them when you like the pitches, and if you don't like them, please clap anyway. So yeah, let's encourage them to speak more, because we need to know these opportunities and the challenges that are in the sector. So without wasting any more time, allow me to call these businesses. I'll welcome them one by one, and after the pitching, they can take a seat, because we will have a panel session that will first give them some feedback, and then we'll also get into another discussion. So allow me to start with a business that is redefining affordable and sustainable housing in the sector. Easy Housing, you're welcome on stage to do the first speech. Thank you.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm very excited to share a bit about what we do with Easy Housing, basically the final piece in the wood-based value chain that we're trying to address and to scale. You might have heard of us. We are basically a sustainable prefab timber company, timber construction company. I would like to move around a bit, but this is very static. So, do we have a mic? Or I have to work with this one. Yeah, thanks. And that's actually in the previous slide. If it's coming. Oh. Well, that was my own easy home anyway, which I built a few years ago in Entebbe. I can assure you that it's very pleasurable and comfortable to... Thanks. It's very pleasurable and comfortable to actually live in a timber home. So while it's maybe unfamiliar to many of you, I can attest from my own experience building my own home and many other homes in Uganda fully out of timber, that it's not only a sustainable solution, but it's also something that is really creating a high living comfort, living value, and in many ways. So my name is Wolf Bierens. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Easy Housing. I've been in timber construction for around 10 years or so. I've always been passionate about nature conservation and about fighting climate change. And that's why I started a mass timber construction company in the Netherlands called Sustainer Homes in 2015, which I did for around 5 years, and then afterwards switched to starting Easy Housing, basically doing more or less the same, but then introducing timber construction in countries where it was not so much utilized. And Uganda, of course, was a very obvious choice to go to first because of its large sustainable forestry sector, as we all know. And at the same time, nobody really using timber for construction properly, unless, of course, some roof trusses and small things. But as my previous speaker, Jerome, mentioned, there's a huge untapped potential in timber construction, both in stimulating the forestry sector, as well as in fighting climate change, as well as in closing the housing gap, which is also enormous in Uganda. So many problems that can be addressed, like it's 3 birds, 1 stone at least, by starting to use timber in construction. And that's also why I jumped into this, well, beautiful sector. I'm going to skip the energizer because of time reasons, but of course here's what you see is photosynthesis, and I wanted you to do the yoga pose of the tree, but since I only have 5 minutes, I'm going to skip that. We have built easy homes in over 5 countries, or 5 countries on the African continent, I should say. Ghana, Mozambique, Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. Ghana, Mozambique did not take off because of market conditions and forestry conditions, by the way. But Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania are very much fruitful markets, I should say. And so far, since we started in Uganda around 3 years ago, we've built over 70 homes, most of them in Uganda, actually, and a lot of other projects ongoing at the moment. Mostly residential, but also recreational, classrooms, training centers, you name it, a lot of different typologies that clients come to us to ask, not only because of sustainability reasons, but also just for the sake of fast speed, high quality, fixed upfront price, like consistent service throughout the process. So there are some advantages of using timber for construction besides the sustainability that actually drive the uptake. And all of this has also not gone unnoticed. We have established a lot of successful partnerships with international institutions like Habitat for Humanity, but also local banks like Housing Finance Bank that are financing home loans for our clients, and a bunch of awards and prizes for the impact that we're making in trying to to decarbonize the building industry. And of course, some nice photos of completed projects. So what we do is nothing new. Many countries, of course, use prefab timber, but we adapted our own system to work within the context of Uganda, basically developing technical details for tropical climates, but also the local logistics. Like we prefabricate, but in a way that we also manage to reach remote sites. All of that is integrated into our system. And I think that's also what makes us unique. Some advantages of our approach to construction, you can see them here. But actually, I hope a lot of other construction players will start to follow our example and also adopt timber as a mature and better way of constructing. So we're also happy to partner up with other players in the industry that are eager to learn to build with timber, whether it's in Uganda or other countries around us. And we also define that impact by various impact indicators. Of course, the most important impact is actually creating sustainable housing, sustainable affordable housing for families. But then, of course, the indirect impact on the environment, the local economy, and the forestry sector, and the spin-off value that all of that creates together is also interesting. So an average easy home, for reference, that an average easy home we use takes around 15 cubic meters of timber and plywood. So 15 cubic meters of like wood-based products with like high value added wood-based products, I should say. So that creates around 15 tons of carbon removal in an average home. We create 5 jobs. We sustain 4 football fields of FSC certified forests, which is also an interesting thing to think about, because most people that are not industry experts think that we might cause deforestation, yet it's the other way around, right? Creating the demand for sustainable wood products will actually stimulate the industry, as you know, and one home basically sustains 4 football fields of pine plantations for a year period. So what that very plantation grows in 1 year is around 4 football fields goes into one easy home. And we, of course, I don't do this all by myself. We have an amazing team of people, around 65 people in Uganda and a bit over 75 people in all markets combined. We have a vertically integrated approach, starting from marketing, sales, all the way up to architecture, engineering, and construction. Mostly because we see that in a country like Uganda, there's not, unfortunately, the ecosystem still has to develop in terms of timber knowledge, in architecture, in engineering. And that means that the best approach to find and to scale the market is to vertically integrate all these teams into our company. But it's going on well, and also very proud, by the way, of the high diversity in our teams. Many nationalities, very gender balanced, which I think is also important in construction and forestry to stimulate, right? Construction is a male-dominated industry, but it doesn't have to be, so we're also trying to change that paradigm at the same time. And, well, we have prefab factories in Kampala and Nairobi, with a capacity to produce over 100 homes per year, but easily can scale that to over 1,000 homes per year. This is our office in Bugolobi, and this is our factory in Chireka, where you're all welcome to visit if you're interested. And this is just a nice, easy home on a crater lake near Fort Portal. I only have like one or 2 minutes, is okay? All right. So I'm pitching here to also share a bit more about our next strategy, which we call Tutajenga. Tutajenga is going to be low-cost, sustainable timber rentals in peri-urban Kampala and Nairobi. And we aim to develop rental homes made out of our own system that are going to be rented out for 550,000 shillings per month. So really in the low to middle income demographic, where of course the largest untapped market potential is and the biggest need for affordable housing is. So we've developed a low-cost typology, which we brand Tutajenga. We're actually currently building that pilot on Chitante Primary School near Acacia Mall. And that's a home, like a 2-bedroom home for around $5,000, so let's say 20 million UGX. And we can rent that out through a revolving fund for which we're capital raising at 550,000 Uganda shillings and still have a very lucrative business model from a developer perspective. So that's our next step. Thank you. And I believe that, of course, that's the largest untapped markets. Like 70% of urban dwellers rent their home rather than are able to buy it. So providing a sustainable rental solution is really going to scale up the offtake. And that's also good news for the forestry sector, because that basically could scale to thousands of homes per year. So that could be hundreds of thousands of cubic meters of sustainably sourced timber per year eventually. So that's our ask. We're currently looking for co-funding for a pilot in Kampala of between 100 to 300,000 USD. We already secured and co-invested a large part of the funding needed for this pilot phase, which we will build in the coming 6 months. And after that, we aim to raise a large round of capital of around $5 million in the second half of next year, which we will build 500 of these low-cost units. So if you're interested in exploring this investment opportunity, then please come to talk with me over coffee in the break or afterwards. And let's see how we can scale up the timber offtake and the sustainable wood-based value chains in Uganda together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Wolf. Yes. Please take a seat. I think the first time I met Wolf, the first question I asked him, but this time it's in Uganda, how am I going to be able to have such a house? But you see the solutions they are providing. You know, you can either buy a house, and they're also giving solutions around renting. So where are you lying? Do you want to buy a sustainable house? Or do you want, all the solutions are there. So please, after this break, after these speeches during lunch, look for him and talk to him and make that investment. But I think he deserved a better hand clap as we wait for another picture. So the next person is equally very interesting. How many of you have seen female carpenters? Oh, nice. You actually work with a lot of female carpenters. So allow me to call V Interiors on stage, who is doing good work around carpentry, around interior designing, but I'll let her speak more to her business herself. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Martha, you might have to give people more coffee or sugar. Maybe we give more sugar. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yves Alwango. I am a carpenter by profession. Our pitch for today, redefining carpentry industry. So, this is V Interiors Limited. V Interiors Limited is a female-founded furniture manufacturing business. We provide high-quality products and empowering women in a male-dominated industry. We were founded a decade ago by two women. Those two women you see with lipstick. But most times that lipstick is not there. That was for the photo. We are now employing 50% of women, and we've trained over 120 women for the last 3 years. What is the problem in our industry? Businesses and households pay more for imports. Women lack access to high-income craft skills, and in general, Uganda is missing out on that massive production. We are intending to be a mass production. When they talk China, we want to be the China when it comes to mass production. I don't know if you are all aware, but in Uganda, only 6% of the women are in the carpentry roles. 6%. And what does that mean? It means that there's limited participation of women in this industry. And our role at V Interiors is to change that. Young women lack access to technical training. And this is because everybody looks at the industry as a male-dominated industry that women can't fit in. But if you look at that entire value chain of carpentry, every part of production, women can fit in very well. We've been doing this. We do this every day. Uganda significantly depends on imported furniture. I know for example, government has put into place to say taxes, to increase taxes on the import of furniture. That's a very good thing. But there's need to put the infrastructure in place for us to fit in. Local workshops remain small, informal, and low-tech, and able to meet demand for hotels, developers, and hospitals at large. What is our solution for us at V Interiors? Sustainable wood production using eucalyptus to champion eucalyptus as the eco-friendly, fast-growing alternative timber to ensure reliable supply. Low deforestation impact. Reduce the pressure on indigenous hardwood. It is our agenda at V Interiors to actually champion eucalyptus as the main source of timber from the usual mahogany you see, the usual mugavu you see, the usual elgon teak you see. So for us, we've done a few projects from flooring to ceiling to furniture, and even done a prototype for import and export. So we've done a prototype of a chair and exported it to the US to a supplier. Done out of eucalyptus, and as well as local fabrics like kikoi and backcloth. So we are working on that very highly. Women carpentry training programs. We have started this. Our agenda at V Interiors is to have at least 10,000 women in the next 5 years as part of our training program. And this is because, as a business, we've seen that women can do well, but also the industry itself lacks well-trained skill set. I can give an example simply to this point. When you go to the technical schools right now in Uganda, the simplest is Nakawa here. The lowest number of attendees is in the carpentry section. When you go to the welding section, mechanical engineering, you will find all those departments are full. The carpentry section, you're going to find 5 students, 10 students. So we are taking it as a deliberation to make sure that we are able to provide the skill set to the women that are needed within the industry. Modern CNC-enabled production facilities, technology that boosts quality, precision, efficiency, making us competitive to the imports that are coming in. When you look at the kind of equipment right now that we have at large in the industry, a lot of it, what we get is used, and used equipment from Japan, from everywhere. But we need better ones. Market opportunities. I think the gentleman from Ministry of Trade has really given us the side of the tree. But if you look at the opportunities of furniture, for example, in the local market, right now, the local market is valued at 110 million, and it's expected to grow 2% every year. That is Uganda alone. Regionally, 2.8 billion. And for us, our main target market is going to be DRC, South Sudan, and Rwanda. Kenya, we do not want to compete so much. They are quite doing well. At the global market, this industry and furniture taking is 917 billion, and it's expected to grow by 2030. But why now? Shift towards import substitution. I think even the Minister of Trade people have talked about it. Raise demand for sustainable resource timber and increase corporate ESG focus, creating space for the women to fit in. It is very, very important. Our target customers are real estate developers, hotels, hospitals, international organizations, corporate, retail, and the export buyer. Our business model, primary revenue for us mainly is furniture products, B2C, B2B. Institutional and corporate contracts, sponsored training programs, as well as export orders. We're already testing that. And then our secondary revenue stream is interior fittings and custom design. For us, there's a competitive advantage on one way or the other, the local sustainable eucalyptus timber. And if we have all that, we see faster deliveries, higher customization capacity, women-trained workforce, and modernized workspaces. Our traction, for example, executing those large institutional projects, it is very, very important for us. Recently, we were given one of the biggest contracts to work on, and we are the only female contractor on that project with Aga Khan University Hospital. We've delivered well, and we have actually been awarded a second contract. The highlight of our products, the other picture you see, that is the laboratory at Aga Khan University Hospital. This is one of the homes, and what you see on the side of the shelf is banana fiber. We are also incorporating some of the local products within that. Still, some of the achievements that we've done as a company, this is Aga Khan reception desk when you go to the top of the building. That's us working on that. So that's one of the projects we've done. We've been able to train 120 women. We've worked to different hotels. I can give an example of Latitude. We were the manufacturers of a lot of the furniture that you see as the female carpenters there. We've gained recognition. Recently, we won African Women Blazer from Kenya as the business. Of course, that is our team. The team is fully women as the managers of the office. But then in between we have men. Please don't say we are not working with men. In between we have men. And we are a sandwich business. At the beginning is the women, in the middle they are the men, and at the end tail is the women because they pay attention to details. Yes. Our revenue projection, for example, right now, what we are looking at in 2026, we are looking at turning about 2.2 billion Ugandan shillings as a business because we've won a contract with, again, the other supplier that we worked with last year. And we are looking at those other contracts that we are yet to sign that are coming in. Then 2027, we hope if we've done some sort of investment and set up our space, we'll be able to increase that to about 2.8. And by 2028, we are hoping that we are fully working, even established our export market that we have looked at, and we are looking at it as a way of being able to even look into that market as part of that. That is our ask as a business. We are looking at 2 billion. Working capital, equipment, workshop construction, and technical assistance. And that is for all the machinery that we're looking at. Technical assistance is very, very important to us. It can also come in kind. It doesn't have to be money. We've assessed the risks, and that is timber, supply fluctuations, we've done that, but if we are talking with eucalyptus that is already there, we will be able to. And we've also looked at the mitigations that we can look at to assess those risks. So, ladies and gentlemen, V Interiors Limited is transforming Ugandan's furniture industry through women empowerment, sustainable manufacturing, modern production systems with strategies to invest. We will scale into a regional leader while uplifting communities and promoting sustainable forestry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eve. How many of you is guilty like me that when you go to a carpenter, you specifically ask that, is that mahogany or it is? How many of you are guilty like me? But you've seen that Eve is really talking about utilization of eucalyptus, which equally actually gives very quality output of material. Allow me not to waste time, and I call someone who is turning sawdust. Do you know sawdust? Mm-hmm. Someone who is turning sawdust into gold. Yes, energy is gold. So allow me welcome Mr. Gaston to come and pitch about how he's managing to turn the sawdust into gold. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Atsimire Gaston is my name, from a company called Ganton and Gantons. All protocol observed. Very many good things have been spoken. So for the context of this dialogue, call me a babysitting entity for all your dreams. Because at Ganton and Gantons, we are focusing at turning the sawdust from eucalyptus into briquettes and pellets to address the sustainability of clean energy, so that we address the challenges associated with deforestation in search for firewood and charcoal. So all your dreams will come true to harvest your tree if it is nurtured well, and the competing factors are addressed so that your tree can attain its growth. So that's why I say, for the context of this dialogue, we are babysitting your dreams in the tree sector. So, what is our problem? Studies have indicated that the deforestation rate is high. Uganda, we are losing quite millions of hectares every year, and one of the contributors is the energy use. We still use a lot of firewood, we still use of charcoal, and now we came in to see how do we address that challenge. Secondly, the global demand for eucalyptus as a sustainable or the most available hardwood for construction and other services led to accumulation of sawdust at sawmills, causing environmental concerns if no other interventions come into play. So, as we address the firewood and the deforestation factor, we also address the environmental issues that accumulate with the accumulation of sawdust at sawmills. And basically, that's why we come to the firewood substitution, charcoal substitution, using that sawdust, and we address the challenges related to its accumulation at sawmills. So, our business model. We supply briquettes to institutions, to industries, and to households. Currently, our bread and butter line of business is for the industrial and institutions. We have two industries, we have a school, and then the last part is on the homesteads. Coming into 2026, quarter one, we have already procured additional machine for pellets, substitute on the briquette, and also another main income source that is untapped is registration into the carbon market. As we substitute the forestry and we leave the deforestation, we nurture these trees to grow, we are saying we are avoiding some emissions. So by Q2 2026, our ambition and our next line of business will be registering the company under the carbon market so that we also tap into that resource, that revenue that will come from the carbon markets. Then we are in discussion with a German company, Atmosphere, which has a clean technology eco cook stove called Save 80 to be part of the national distributors. And we roll out a model which is unique for a renewable energy kiosks model through VSL and circles. So by 2026 Q1, when the discussions are successful, we now have a renewable energy kiosks model that will be rolled out to offer briquettes and other renewable energy technologies using the circles and the VSL model. Now, how have we attained our achievements, our traction? We rolled out the production in June this year for briquettes. By end of October, we had produced over 125 tons of briquettes. And again, we have served, as mentioned, 3 institutions, 2 industries, and 1 institution. We have already procured a pellet machine, which is going to be installed in December, so that rollout of production is in January next year. And our strategic position is to combine both the wholesale and the retail, as well as the carbon market revenue into our mainstream financing. Then our market validation, yes, we are a new company and we appreciate, but with proven model scale, with a lot of demand in the market, and you will see among the challenges we have is a good problem to have, having more demand than the capacity you can supply. Then the carbon impact studies have indicated, using the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, using the FAO Energy Report on Uganda, that for every 1 ton of briquette produced, you save 1.2 tons of firewood, and indeed, you also avoid 1.65 kgs of CO2 equivalent emission. So, with 100 tons of briquettes sold, we've already saved over 120 tons of firewood, and out of that, we've already avoided 198 tons of CO2 emission equivalent, meaning that our goal both has a sustainable impact on financial and impact on climate. Those are the pictures. What makes us competitive in the market to achieve that model is the uniqueness of our product processing. We use 100% sawdust from eucalyptus. The testing has been because it has high caloric value. Other wood, for example, the pine, it has some bit of scientific challenges. If you go to bamboo, very expensive because the residues that side have more value addition compared to eucalyptus. So we did a research and we are 100% using eucalyptus sawdust. Now, our processes involve, we collect this sawdust from sawmills, carefully first sieve it. From sieving it, it is dried to the right moisture content, between 8 to 10, 11% moisture content. After drying, it is pressed with a high density machine that avoids the use of any binder. So with our briquettes, they have been tested to be of high quality. That's why the demand is exceeding our capacity, our production capacity or the supply. From there, our current challenges, as I mentioned, logistical challenges. One, we recognize ourselves as a new entity in the sector because our production started in May, June. So we are still learning as a startup entity, but with potential for scale due to proven demand and research. Two, governance. Ganton and Ganton is a family-owned company. The shareholders are from of family members, so the technical assistance is high. Higher needed, though in our mitigation, when it comes to the governance, we have, in our team, we have a technical expert who is a former country director of Ernst & Young and is a member of different boards, has shaped very many family-owned institutions. So among the services of governance, so we have the technical expert that guides this entity through formation of the structures, processes, but as well succession planning so that we could protect its survival. The investment requirement, we are looking at $80,000 US for 2 investment lines. One, $50,000 to acquire another briquetting machine that will be able to help us produce at least 1 ton per hour. And then $30,000 to help us with a truck, 10-ton truck to collect sawdust and deliver to our clients. Most of you who have done renewable energy, you will find that the collection, the transport of waste is higher than the value of waste you are carrying. So that makes it hard to our business to scale and the need for this truck. If we are to collect this sawdust from different sawmills, you need to be sure that the distance you've taken it in care of. Otherwise, you will find the quantity you are carrying, the value of the transporting it is higher than the quantity you are carrying and doesn't make any business sense. Now, the team, I've mentioned the technical advisor, a technical person renowned in the industry, and then the founder and the managing director, myself, a certified finance and renewable energy expert. The business I have done, studied for the last 20 years. So I have passion for what I'm doing, and I'm supported by the team of 7 people. Unfortunately, we have one lady because of the heavy load required. And as we go through the cycle of growth, and we enter the Q1 2026, where the renewable energy kiosk model will come into play, then we expect to get more ladies. Now, why do you think you should invest with Ganton and Ganton? Looking at what we do, the impact, if this money is invested, for example, today, our return on investment as we started was projected, return on investment was projected to be 45, but if this investment is coming, it will be at 62%. Our payback period at the beginning was at 2.2. Our finance modeling now indicates that if this investment comes into, it will be at 1.6 years. Then the emission, if you look at the growth in the energy sector, Uganda, the statistics from FAO and the World Bank Energy Report indicates that the market for energy is now at 1.5 billion. But now, if you come into us, that's another potential that we can tap into. Then, lastly, the finance from the carbon markets. It's growing at a rate that is beyond. So if we satisfy ourselves as a carbon market entity player, we are likely to attract more investment into the industry. So supporting or partnering with Ganton and Ganton into turning this eucalyptus sawdust as a renewable and sustainable energy source for household industries and institutions, you will have, one, your sustainability model into the financing. The figures are good. 2, the social impact on the climate change will be good, and all our dreams concerning the tree will be realized. Otherwise, if we don't babysit this tree, research has again indicated that unless we leapfrog interventions to substitute energy, the efforts done in afforestation will not be attained in the mid and long term. This is the World Bank research. So interventions like the one of Ganton and Ganton's are highly welcome and invite all players for the cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gaston. I think for me, these speeches are just continuously making me feel guilty. I'm the one who is ordering furniture out of mahogany. I'm the one who is still using charcoal at home. But I think today I'm making a commitment that I'm going to start using briquettes. Clap for me. So actually, even for the next speech, it even makes me more guilty. You know, in my house, I was seeing doors that are getting cracked. And when I talked to Mr. Shem, he told me it's because the person you used, he didn't use dry timber. And that's why your doors are getting cracked. And Mr. Shem has a solution on, drying timber and encouraging people, all carpenters, to use dried timber. Let me not preempt his presentation. Let me kindly welcome Timber Heaven on stage to present about his opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity. All protocol observed. My name is Shem Seboa. I'm an architect by training with over 20 years experience. And I'm here to talk to you about Timber Heaven. I know most of us have got some vision of heaven. And my job here is to share mine. Timber Heaven is a wood processing and trading business which provides high quality kiln dried timber and kiln rental services for Uganda's furniture and construction sectors. As I was introduced, we've all seen, we've all interacted with warping doors, cracks on our tables, deformations. These are primarily, you have probably interacted one-to-one with the challenges of the use of improperly seasoned timber. So the problem that we are facing is that Uganda's wood industry faces a severe shortage of well-seasoned and properly dried timber. Most of the workshops rely on, by and large, wet or poorly dried wood, which causes the warping of the furniture, failed joints, high material wastage, high wear and tear on milling equipment, and as a result, we all are somewhat dissatisfied customers. And what we are doing is we are migrating away from the use of timber furniture. We are substituting it with plastics, some boards that are either laminates or artificial, and yet this is a resource that we can easily tap into if we can be able to handle the drying process. So in the market, what we have is a handful of workshops have functional kilns, mostly wet kilns, those that pump steam into a chamber, but others, most of the kilns they have are rudimentary. Then the others that do not have that are forced to stock timber for a 12 or 15 months lead time in order to have a reliable supply and consistency for their customers. That's if they are able to wait long enough for the customer, for the demand on the production side. So as a result, this gap limits productivity and the quality. It limits productivity, quality, and profitability across the entire value chain. So as a result, we came in, we are not very old. We started our operations this July 2025. although the idea has been 6 years in the making. So our solution is we have come in to fill this gap using modern moisture-controlled kiln technology that guarantees drying of under 15% moisture content, normally in a period of about 30 days or 35 days. For hardwoods, for softwoods, can be half that time. We operate state-of-the-art dry kilns, which apply controlled heat ramping and scientific drying schedules. And as a result, our product is mainly kiln-dried timber of our local species, as well as kiln rental services for workshops and projects that lack that equipment. We are currently running one outlet as a pilot, which has a capacity of 10 cubic meters of timber. Our advantage is our equipment is fully computer controlled, which can generate well-documented drying logs, daily drying logs, which we can share with our clients on the batches they're interested in purchasing. We ensure uniform quality of drying, and this ensures predictable supply and reduces on defects and waste. So as a result, our clients, we give them the confidence that our timber is reliable, and as our mantra goes, it's quality you can measure. As I mentioned, our products and services are the local species of kiln-dried timber and the rental and kiln rentals, which allow for others to bring their own timber as long as they can fill up a kiln load. We also expect that in future we can expand into branded timber lines, standardized items that are a pain point in the construction industry, such as doors and door frames, and other products as we shall see the market can consume. Our business model is mainly a business to business. We're trying to help or support the furniture workshops that are able to, that need the dry timber, and we do direct sales of the kiln dried timber as our primary revenue, with the kiln rental fees as our secondary one. And in the last few months that we have been able to operate, I can assure you that 70% of the people purchasing from us are repeat customers. Somebody who comes in the first time and tries the timber out, they just don't stop buying. I think I recently saw on our database, there's a carpenter who's bought from us 3 times this month. So that in itself is seeing the traction that we have. So in terms of traction and achievements, we've installed, we have an installed capacity of 10 cubic meters on our pilot location. We have served 2 kiln rental clients for projects. We've also developed, and in the process of developing, kiln drying schedules, especially for the timber species like eucalyptus, which most people, I do not know if anyone has found any eucalyptus furniture on the market, but that's primarily because it's quite a difficult timber to dry. So we are certainly working on testing out drying of eucalyptus to make it available for carpenters to use. And also in the last few months, we've been able to do a market survey, which has been able to capture over 250 carpenter and carpentry workshop businesses, which we can potentially convert from leads to real clients. And we've also tried to use the internet and IT age. We have established an online operation system that handles our inventory, our orders, our customer relationship management, kiln scheduling, and the daily drying logging, which we share. For most of our clients who come in to rent the kiln, we can send you daily logs of how your timber is drying on a daily basis, which again gives you the confidence that the product that you're going to get at the end of the day is genuinely dried. Our market opportunity, Uganda's population is rising. We may not know, I think an earlier speaker talked about the growth of our population. I think the last World Bank figures I saw is that Uganda doubles its urban population every 10 years. So that should be, and so our main interest is to really focus in the urban areas where timber is most needed. That together with the fact that I think our populations become more sophisticated, they appreciate the value of quality design and joinery. So we think that our market is really ripe to be serviced by a product like this. So the huge opportunity to serve the gap left by unreliable drying methods and inconsistent market is huge. And our focus is certainly initially going to be on small and medium-sized furniture workshops and construction timber users. But we hope that as our scaling increases, we can even look at export market and other bigger manufacturing. Our team and capacity. For now, our company is led by myself. With my 20 years plus experience in the construction industry as a practicing architect and a design builder, I'm able to create working teams. And for a typical outlet that we're running, we basically have a team of 2 sales and marketing staff. We've got 2 trained kiln operators and an admin and HR staff. However, on the strategic front, we basically have an advisory board of seasoned local businessmen who I would like to mention. We have Jonathan Wanzira, who is the managing director of Costa Construction and sits on the board of Public Sector Foundation. We have Harold Semarade, who is the managing director of Globetrotters Limited, who is also an authority in his own in the logistics and transportation business. And we also have Ali Ndiwalana, who is with Knowledge Consult. He's a guru in surveying and data analytics, because we know that a type of business like this also needs data to be able to interpret the data that we have. So with this team, we think we can be able to scale quite rapidly. The key challenges that we have faced or unidentified, we have limited installed capacity. Much as 10 cubic meters is significant, we think that we can be able to size this up. As they mentioned, the shortage of drying facilities is huge, and we can only scratch the surface. We also need to increase our working capital to enable us to be able to stock consistently, and so that we don't break the drying schedules. We also need further technical and training support, both in kiln technology and in wood science. We also want to source, we also have a challenge of well-sized, defects-free timber supply, but I think since we're in a forum like this, we should be able to get into contact with the foresters and sawmillers so that we can be able to at least control the quality on the supply side. And then, of course, market access to larger buyers and export distributors. Our ask, we are projecting that we would like to at least have another 3 sites in the major urban areas, at least so that we have a total of 4 installed sites. And so our ask is 168,000 US, and this should be able to open up these new these new additional locations, should give us the working capital we need to run them. We'll go through some branding and certification to differentiate our high quality timber from the rest that is available in the market. And also to have market access and business skills training in order to scale sustainably. We hope that with this support, we should be able to shift from a single site operation to a multi-site with a high capacity for value added and for high capacity and value added timber enterprise. Our impact, we expect that we can be able to, with just this first element of growth with 4 sites, we should be able to employ up to 36 people, with half of them full-time and half of them part-time and casual. We are mainly hiring youth and women. We also will expect that we should be able to have a significant impact in the quality of timber furniture that all of us can access, so that I have been to so many friends' homes that have just moved in, and then the next thing you see is that the doors are opening up and you can look through the door to whatever is happening in the next room. So we hope that our impact can certainly significantly reduce on those. And so we hope that we will be able to then create a higher value and more competitive furniture industry for both Uganda and also for export market. In closing, we as Timber Haven are ready to participate in building a reliable technology-based timber supply chain for Uganda. We are ready to scale, we are ready for investment, and we are committed to transforming the sector through quality and innovation. Timber Haven, that's where timber problems end and dependable quality begins. Thank you.
Those ones who are not clapping, I think you're jealous. No, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Shem. To the next presenter, who is turning bamboo, who thinks bamboo is the new steel. Let's listen from him on the opportunities of bamboo and how he's trying to reshape the sector with the use of bamboo. You're welcome, Dr. Kojo.
Martha, you have the, ladies and gentlemen, the great investors and other protocol care. I'm from Kontiki Bamboo Works Limited, and we are a company dealing in a bamboo value chain. We are based in Hoima, and we do bamboo from all aspects of a seed to an end product. We raise seedlings, we have plantations, we do manufacturing, and we go up to branding and marketing. And our company is a green circular economy. So in this situation which we are doing, we are trying to solve a problem which is both local. When I was growing up in Alberta and Bunyoro, there were a lot of forests. Currently, they have all been now cut, and the reduction is becoming very, very significant. From 1990, we had 24%. We are talking about 80% of the forest being cut. And the biggest challenge is sustainability of our society, of the environment, and also of the plastics. We are solving a problem which is multifaceted, but using one solution. That solution, ladies and gentlemen, is bamboo. Bamboo is a grass. It's the next future. It's a green, stencile, strong kind of material. It grows very fast. It can grow a meter a day. And bamboo as bamboo, where we are promoting it and trying to solve this problem, is this country, Uganda, is naturally gifted with the soils. All these forests, all these rivers holding the soil erosions would be bamboo. We are currently, as you can see, we are doing products. This country, Uganda, many countries in Africa import a small toothpick. You can imagine from China, you export it to your East Africa, you reach Mombasa, it comes to Kampala, to Chikubwa, and everybody is making money. And nobody, the bankers are not seeing it. We are saying skewers, we're talking about laminated boards, we're talking about a stick industry. Right now, we have been contracted to supply bamboo labels, labeling all these big flower farms you see, Wagagai, all these Fiduga, they have been importing plastics. We are saying we have had a solution for routing, and we are going to export to the Netherlands and here bamboo sticks. We are doing ice cream sticks. We are doing things to do with earbuds. All these are imported. We are talking about import substitution. We are treating bamboo, making bamboo blinds, and in so doing, our offcuts, we make biochar to replace a lot of importation. Biochar is a carbon. It's an old history. It is just grass, which is dried, and then you use it less process. So that's our product applications. We don't use chemicals. We are using high steam carbonization of our bamboo. And our wastes, we don't throw them. They are all being used as a source of energy. And remember, bamboo as a crop absorbs more carbon than any other plant and gives more oxygen than any other plant in the world. What is very interesting on our bamboo, we are making money from our 860 acres of bamboo, which as a company we own. We also have outgrowers, because we have had a challenge, people to think that bamboo is not sustainable. One-time planting, over 100 years. So you can imagine on one clump, you plant one, you get 10 or 20 harvested, and you keep harvesting and harvesting, so sustainability. And on one kind of clump of the bamboo, you are making boards, you are making blinds, you are making the other sticks, and all those are revenues. So it's an integrated vertical industry. And the scaling and the use of the bamboo, I think, is where we are making a different niche. We have been selected and as a company in the entire world, IMBA received a UN flagship with a FAO in Rome, and the filming was done in Kontiki Bamboo Works. So we have made an impact. We have 245 growers who are also supplying us now with bamboo. You can imagine a farmer on 1 acre, he makes 10 million, and for us, our revenue from one bamboo pole, we make on a stick $1 extra. On the board, we make $4. So our production capacity, because we are using cold press, we are looking for $350,000 to get hot press, gluing, and sanding. The rest will be just money flowing in and everybody going to bamboo. Kira Motors are looking for bamboo for making their cars, for the buses. The industry in the Netherlands is already asking us if we can supply them chips for the automobile industry. Things just to do with windmills. Because of its nature of being light, strong, the demand, sustainability is just easy house. We are solving the solutions. All of you here, we can solve the solutions. Thank you very much.
I am glad for this next speech. I'm even standing on the podium because it's very interesting. It's going to be the last for this session before we welcome some investors to give feedback to these pitches. Now, this business is she's a very young lady, but who is building a very key solution in the market. And the challenge is, maybe I can put it in a question. Have you gone to a carpenter, made an order, and you say, I want my chair in 2 weeks, and then you go back, either the workshop is closed or they've told you, you come back next week. Next week, it's not done. And then when they deliver it, it's not even of quality at all. So this young lady is trying to bridge that gap. I'm reporting all of you who are here now. This lady is creating a solution around, design, around time management for the sector, from order to design to output. Allow me welcome Lesu Designs on the stage to present her solution.
I'm nervous. I have not presented before on such a big screen, to be honest. But yeah, let's do this. All protocol observed. Good morning. Is it good morning? Good afternoon. Oh, great. Thank you. Maybe you could distract me. Once again, Lesu is a design studio, Lesu is a female-owned business, an online female. Oh my Jesus. Okay, let me take a minute. Okay. I guess I'll walk around. Should help. Lesu is a female-owned business, and it's an online furniture business based in Kampala, and we established it in 2023. I'm sure all of you have an experience, okay, not all of you, but in Kampala with a carpenter, an untold story. So this is what inspired us to this is the gap that we would like to fill. So we have a couple, Sarah and David there. As you see, they're very frustrated. They go to the carpenter, they're like, oh my God, what is happening? They've waited 3 months for their dining table, only to find they couldn't even define what they found. But anywho, they pay up front. They have to follow up the weekly updates. And on top of that, they wait for long, right? This isn't just their story. It's the story of most affluent buyers in Kampala who want to furnish their homes. Our story began in Makere, Kivulu, while at campus. It started from a desire to recycle tires. I'm particularly disturbed by the design of tires. Like, he didn't think how this thing is going to be degraded. And because of my background in biotechnology, I started to think, okay, what can I do about this? And research is quite a long process, so I decided to begin in lockdown. What started as an experiment has turned into a furniture business that is filling a broader gap within the market. 41% of affluent buyers have been dissatisfied with the made-to-order experience, and we are here to change that. Our solution is sustainable bespoke furniture with peace of mind, and we will do this. At Lesu, we embed circular design principles in addition to craftsmanship, and we offer a co-design experience with our clients, and this is all supported through technology. "89% people worldwide are becoming more aware of their purchases. They want to buy products that are not harming the environment, right? And the custom furniture market is estimated to grow from about 40% to 98 billion US dollars at a growth rate of 12% between now and 2033. I mean, the opportunity is massive, especially with a growing real estate sector. There's a need for furniture and sustainable furniture. Our products are strictly furniture and accessories like home decor, lampshades, whatnot. And on our law, we do sustainable design consultation and, of course, interior design for clients who would like us to do that for them. And part of the design that we do is the child-centric design for a population that is close to our hearts. We make money by selling to residential homeowners and also businesses, hospitality businesses like hotels, restaurants, among others. We also work closely with interior designers in the communities that we are in. In addition, we provide some upsell services like furniture layout design to support the design industry. Our distribution channel is social media. It's an online furniture business. Our traction, since we started, we've sold over 200 units, and we hope to sell more. We are a registered business and compliant because we want to make money and be impactful in the right way. In addition, we've exported to Sudan. We've also taken some design education around behavioral science and design, human-centered design, to ensure that what we design is taken up by the population, so that we are not designing in the dark. We also have partnership with interior designers that we work with who come to us for furniture. And we've also taken some design education in sustainable interior design and sustainable architecture. Also, we have been involved in impact design, designed with fishers in Mayuge to prevent drowning, and also play spaces for children living with cancer. And we estimate our revenue to grow by that 10 times based on our previous traction and our customer retention rate, as well as the average spend of our clients. This is our part of our team because we are backed by a team of different people. Weavers, artisans, upholsters, name it, welders. And we've curated a list of these people to support us. And yeah, there, like I said earlier, I have a background in biotechnology, and I bring a unique. Biotechnology is all about using biological processes to solve environmental challenges. And this sort of informs our production in terms of life cycle assessment. Our team lead, Malik, is also there as a lead carpenter. Very great detailed craftsman. And then Simon, he's a junior carpenter. And of course, Lawrence, who comes to give us some advisory oversight and product design insights. We seek funding of $90,000 US to build a platform for our verified okay, we've curated a team of makers. So we want to create a platform for them where we can connect with them, and also a design tool, an interactive design tool for our clients who don't have very big design knowledge, where they can put together simple designs to communicate their visions. In addition, we want to build the Leso Biolab, where we do biomaterial research and development, and basically build an ecosystem around what is already existing. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. I think they all deserve a big hand clap. And thank you so much for listening in this session. And I think what we just presented are not just opportunities that are there in the sector. We are presenting these opportunities because together we want to see how we can build this wood sector, because like in the next session, we know just like any other sectors, financing plays a very key role in growing or grooming different sectors. And just like the wood sector, it's not really a special sector. But I think one of the challenges that we have identified and we've been seeing is there are no specific products or financial products that financial institutions or financiers are using to finance the sector. Yet it is one of the key elements or key financing plays a very key role in growing the sector. Because most of them you've seen, they are looking for advanced technology, they are looking for technical assistance, they are looking for, market, and all these needs they are talking about, in a way, need financing to go to the next level. But when you talk to the financiers, they will also ask questions, but these businesses, are they investment ready? And you'll find in our sector, they're asking questions like, what do you even mean by investment ready? Just give me the money, I'll go and grow my business. So in the next session, we would like to listen more to, we have some business development institutions, we have some financiers, to give some feedback to your pitches, but then also get into a panel discussion around creating a more competitive sector through access to finance. Allow me welcome Eugene to take over the next session. But I also deserve a hand clap, not so? Thank you so much.
Indeed, thank you very much, Martha. My inspiration today, perhaps the week, is Miss Aisha. Well done, congratulations. I'm very proud of you. If I was your lecturer, your father, I think I would have said I've done a good job. So, ladies and gentlemen, as Martha has said, we're going to talk about money, financing, and how do we help these teams to move from where they are to get closer to the money. Allow me to welcome my panelists. who are going to speak to us, but also give feedback to the ladies and gentlemen here. Opportunity Bank, Mr. Amos Bona, welcome. Mr. Bobo Rugmayo, representing FSD Uganda Deal Flow Facility, welcome. Juliet from FinChurch 8, welcome. Mr. Daniel Opio, welcome from the Gatsby Foundation. Am I forgetting anybody else? Huh? So, I think I'm forgetting somebody. Two. My apologies. Karibu, karibu. Gatsby Foundation and Equity Bank. Virginia. Now, guys, we've had these wonderful pitches. I would like to invite you to think about this issue, not from your high, comfortable, air-conditioned offices, but these are men and women in the hustle. And we should respect the hustle. And not just the hustle, but I think these are people who are demonstrating that we individually, I think we need to do the work of looking after our environment, thinking about sustainability, building those SMEs that do create the jobs. As the fine lady from the EU mentioned, it's actually only in Africa that it's cool to work for government. But world over, these gentlemen and ladies are the engine for development, for growth, for real jobs, long-term jobs. Now, they are where they are. We've heard what they do. What feedback could we give them? I know we are running late, but what feedback, constructive feedback that is going to help them move from where they are with their businesses to the next level? What is the issue you've identified from your vast experiences, individually from the banker's perspective and conservation angle with Virginia, to Amos, looking at these SMEs that walk into your doors every day and you say no to them. But we don't want to say no to these people. They have done a great job. How can we assist them, give them quick advice that can be very helpful in fine-tuning their, not only just pitches, but their business angling? Is it an issue of value chains they need to develop further, looking at how they can bring in more groups probably to provide? Is it an outgrower scheme? Is it the last mile as an issue? Is it technical assistance to improve their governance, their business skills? From my impact funders, my friends from Shona Capital, FinChurch 8, how can you work with people such as Aisha, who are dealing with a big market problem, but perhaps they need to project that into the community so that we know them? I think Martha said, we all struggle with the same issues. I'm fortunate now to know what Aisha knows. I'm not sure whether my next door neighbor knows her. How can she expand and get noticed? Amos, from where you sit, talk to these people.
A very good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, moderator. My name is Amos Bona. I'm the Chief Business Officer at Opportunity Bank. We do serve 500,000 Ugandans in 25 branches, but uniquely refugees, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. That's our sweet spot. Now, listening to the SMEs, I'm reminded of two mistakes that happen to us every day. One is biblical, and in the Bible it is said, "My people perish because of lack of knowledge." And one of the biggest things that cause failure to craft products, get solutions for SMEs like we've had this morning, is because of lack of knowledge. So when a proposal comes through, it's easy to say no to something you don't understand as a banker. It's very easy. It's the easiest thing to do. But secondly, if you again look at the ecosystem of all the players, I again took a second step and said, but what about the smallholder planter? Where is that person in all this discussion? Because that is where it starts. And for me, my passion as an individual and passion of Opportunity Bank that I represent is we believe in the smallholder farmers. So until that time we get the smallholder farmers into these discussions, then we're going to have a mismatch between you have players along the different value chains, but very few, and very, very few, are going to where the story begins. So it will be one thing that I need to leave with to give to the SMEs, that is very key to create the demand from the ones that are going to supply you. In agriculture and in banking, we believe a farmer without a market is a gardener. That's the smallholder farmer, meaning the smallholder farmer without them remains a gardener. But again, the players, the downstream players without the source also has unsustainable practices. Now, the other challenge that we do have is many times, and the previous MC did mention, we design products that are non-wood based. So all the bankers, you know it, we lend to carpenters, we lend to processors, we lend, but they'll either fall in agriculture if they're agroforestry. Yeah, that is wood, the beginning, in the nurseries and the likes. You lend to trade if it's a carpenter. You lend to housing if it's someone who's doing the bamboo, because now you put them in housing. And then you lend to renewable energy to someone like Gaston. But all these different sectors are picking from wood. So if we deliberately created or co-created with partners products that are going to be wood specific, then you're going to learn the characteristics that are required at every section and the line of intervention. But most importantly, I looked at all the proposals they were putting and the financing need, and I needed to give a caution. One, pitches like this many a times, ladies and gentlemen, will put $350,000, $500,000, but it's always good to start small. Pace yourself, because if we're going to start the long journey, we need to start taking the baby steps. Because when you integrate financial, especially borrowings, into your leverage ratio, unless you have mapped it with the ROI, you're going to end up reaching a level where you are unable to pay back the facility, because either you wanted to go so hard, yet we could go the long haul, but starting the baby steps. I'll pause here. Thank you.
Excellent. We're hearing from Opportunity Bank, Amos, we need to move slowly. We're also hearing we need to think about the ecosystem. We need to bring the village with us that is going to serve and tap into what we're doing. Virginia, will these people pick money from Equity Bank? What are you seeing that they need to work on, maybe refine, and get a yes from you?
Thank you so much. My name is Virginia Semakula from Equity Bank. I'm the manager for energy, environment, and climate change. At Equity Bank, we operate under 3 engines: social, economic, and the sustainability arm as of recent. So looking at the presentations that have been given, I want to commend the entrepreneurs. I want to comment the young lady who came in front and, you know, she was able to articulate herself well. You've highlighted your sources of capital, how you hope to repay. But again, like my former speaker has mentioned from Opportunity Bank, what's your action need? Can we take small bite sizes? Can we have some kind of grant coming in before to support them? Before then, they are introduced to, say, commercial lending at concessional rates, with the financiers also being able to access some financing to help de-risk some of these businesses, so that then together we can support the businesses to grow. We have various products, like he mentioned. It can come under trade, it can come under renewable energy, depending on the sector that you are operating in. And yes, we do finance the big, industry players, those that are certified and you're sure of where the market is going to be. Because at the end of the day, you want to look at the entire value chain. Where are you sourcing from? Who's off-taking from you? Can we have partnerships which allow us to then be able to say, pay the wood supplier for the furniture industry. He picks the wood, produces, delivers, sells, and pays back. So that kind where we actually have various partnerships within the value chain. I think that would be one of the good ways to do it. If it is construction, where is the market? Can we approach that market together and see, instead of you giving the credit, of a period of time, can the financer come in to then say, but again, it's all back to cash flows. What are your cash flows? Where are you going to get the money to repay whatever, financing you need or whatever funds you need? So it depends on what level you're at in your business. Are you ready for commercial borrowing? If not, can we blend? If not blended, what are the other opportunities that are out there that we can tap into so that we see these businesses start to get to commercial borrowing? Because we all strive on borrowing at one point. So I think that's what I could put across in the meantime as we proceed with the session. Thank you.
Excellent. I'm hearing from Virginia that we need to look at a comprehensive package. As you seated there, as Wolf had a big ask, perhaps we need to blend that into some level of grant. What can my friends like Finn Churchaid provide to reduce probably your risk? Yeah? Probably it may not just be debt. Perhaps you need to talk about or consider equity for everybody here, so that, as Amos had put it initially, we need to be practical. Money taken, money has to be paid back. But at what level is your business? We have to consider the cash flows. Are your cash flows at a point where you can sustain that ask? So I think this is what my friends are saying. Let me hear also from Juliet. You do a lot of business development services, supports entities such as these. What are you seeing here in this mix that you could probably give them some advice and probably give them your contact to come and do business with you?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Small correction, Eugene. I work with FC Investments. FC Investments is a 100% subsidiary of FinChurchaid. FC Investments is an impact investor investing in high-growth SMEs within Uganda, Kenya, and Somaliland. Well, based on your earlier question, looking at key qualities on investment readiness or whether or not, first of all, I'm very glad that I was able to attend this, looking at the word forest sector and wood value chain to an impact investor is such a red flag. Imagine taking this to your you as an impact investor, saying we are giving so and so money and they're cutting down trees. But guided from the earlier presentation from the gentleman from the Ministry of Trade, now I know better that they are actually intentional forests that have been planted for this. So yes, that is an open window or sector for us impact investor. So we're looking at this sector since it's new and it will be new and foreign to us. There will be a lot that has to be done to make us private equities ready to maybe even consider it. I think this is mainly from the regulators' side. How are we going to regulate this sector and ensure that the businesses that will be investing in are actually responsibly sourcing raw materials? It's not from the natural forests and coming from the actually planted forests that we are talking about. Maybe also just to give a brief on what would consider as being investor ready. One, of course, previously we've worked a lot with institutions like Deal Flow Facility that furnish us with pipeline, but also the key things that we are very keen on is one, the entrepreneur. How passionate are they about what they're doing? Do they have skin in the game? You know, are they committed to the business? Because we are not going to invest in someone's side hustle, no. Are they in for the long game? And then also the second thing, because what we do provide is growth capital. A lot of times we'll look at the period of existence of the business really should have stood the test of time. And we believe within 3 years, at least, the business has evolved, mapped out their whole supply chain, market, and you name it, and they're really ready to grow and scale. So that's the one thing we'll look at. Then, of course, I mean, the business model, it should be scalable, it should be robust, it should be sustainable. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent, Julian. And apologies for mixing you up with your parent company. We're hearing track record is important. As we do these things, governance, you know, having proper structures, those are things that stand out to the investors. Bobo, FSD, you've done quite a bit of work developing pipeline. Do these colleagues are fit for purpose? What else do they need to do to demonstrate and win to be in your pipeline?
Thanks, Eugene. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bobo Rugumayo. I work with Financial Sector Deepening Uganda, and we're a non-profit that has initiatives across the financial inclusion. And now the solution is ensuring that you provide a proper project management system all the way and ensure that there's proper monitoring and reporting from a client perspective, and you're able to be transparent to a customer such that the value that me as a customer am being provided is worth the money that I'm giving. So once we're able to define what problem we have and what solution it is that we're proposing and who it benefits and how does it benefit them is the core of defining and strengthening your business model. But I really liked that all the pitches had something unique. These are very unique businesses. I haven't heard of as many diverse wood-based value chain businesses as this, and it's very exciting to see if there's some pipeline that we can share and continue to support. And then to speak to some of the other areas that some of the speakers have alluded to is that capital raising and also investment readiness is a journey. So it's not just you're preparing for one pitch and then you're done. It's getting your governance in order. It's getting your operations internally in order. Are you clear on what product you're selling, how much you sell, what margins you make, what payments terms you take, what sort of financial records do you keep, who is your customer base, and how do you reach them, and continuing to keep track of all those different metrics and the operations. How is your team? How do they grow? How much bigger a team do you require, and at what phase do you require to scale them? So continuing to improve your business from all aspects. It's a journey, but also don't get frightened and say, I can do it in a week, 2 weeks. And every business, every entrepreneur, every investor will say, we look at this, we look at this. Don't feel frightened and try to box yourself into what they're looking at. Continue to grow your business and continuously improve from an entrepreneur point of view, such that you're transparent, you're compliant. Compliance is a very important aspect, because none of these banks will touch you if you're not compliant. That you have everything for an external party to come in, and also that you're independent of the business. If as an entrepreneur you wake up, you fall sick and you go to the hospital and the business can't operate, are we running a business or is it a small shop? So continue to think about that scalability as a business. And also, I think Juliet mentioned it, that what are your use of funds, and how do those use of funds, what do those funds do for you? Does it scale you to 100 customers? Does it scale you to new products? Does it scale you to new markets? And what does that look like in terms of revenue, cash flows, and hence, as a financier, they'll always want to know, where do I get my money from? And once you're able to piece the entire circle of it, you're able to provide a bankable case, and then it's up to them to say, okay, I don't know wood-based, but you have a good business. Thank you.
I would write everything Bobo has just said word for word, and I will just try to implement that, and I'm sure it will be successful. Thank you, Bobo. Ronald, Edward, what more have we not talked about we could say to these people?
Thank you. So, first and foremost, thank you to FAO for organizing this dialogue. Given that when we are looking at the initial presentation, which was done by Jerome from the Ministry of Trade, it's clear that the commercial forestry sector needs to unpack a lot of information that is missing to key sector actors across the value chain. So when you're interacting with development partners, you're interacting with other financiers, information is key to even to attract funding. So for example, when we are looking at pitching an idea, we look at the total demand for each product line or whatever service provision you have to offer. But breaking it down to the actual serviceable market for your actual business, sometimes it's difficult for some of the businesses to do. So financials will not see that you are providing clarity on the market potential for your business, not just talking about total demand. So you can get an example from eucalyptus. So eucalyptus product you'll see across the value chain, the plantation area represented by eucalyptus is roughly 70% of the total plantation area across Uganda. So already that Gatsby Africa, we normally summarize our interventions as ones that have to be sustainable, competitive, and inclusive. So looking at the competitiveness, we appreciate the role of the private sector in driving change within the economy. But looking at the angle of sustainability, you also have to look at the whole value chain. As Opportunity Bank, represented by Amos, mentioned, we have to look at the economics around what value is trickling down across the value chain. So the backbone of the industry is the planter, the grower. So the question is, what value is the grower getting from the whole value chain for them to be incentivized to replant? So sometimes that question is not well answered given anecdotal information across different partners and actors, but it's something that we really need to unpack on what will drive that replanting at scale. And this is driven through markets. So when we look at Jerome's presentation between 2015 and 2019, you'll see a big increase in plantation establishment for eucalyptus. And when you drill down to the specific key drivers, we'll talk about the World Bank supported policy of the electrification connection policy. That is all about a market for the grower through the transmission poles. So they will see that value and they will plant. Then you look at other factors such as planting land, that is from the National Forestry Authority or Ministry of Water, 50,000 plus hectares additional. So there has to be provision of that land, availability of land. But also there were additional industrial investments taking place between 2010 and 2020 when we unpack the data further. So markets drive that change across the value chain. But now the question for sustainability is the grower getting the right value for them to replant? So that's a question that we can unpack further through these conversations and the unit economics, given that for development partners, we focus on systemic change. So the intervention you'll pitch will focus on your business, which is good because at the end of the day, without you making money, you won't exist. But then again, for us, we de-risk innovation, and the innovation has to be systemic. And I'll give an example of sort of an arrangement we partnered with a number of stakeholders in Uganda to unlock access to genetics from South Africa, looking at the value that it trickles down across the value chain. So when we are looking at forecasting the resource across several decades or years, you will consider resilience. So resilience of the sector also requires that the plantation resource is sustainable and you counter pests and diseases. So when we are looking at an intervention there to de-risk innovation, we look at who can bring in genetics into the country, but not just a ripple effect to their business, but also a ripple effect into the SME base. So such innovations and businesses pitched well to like development partners like Gatsby Africa are attractive because at the end of the day, we will help you to make money, but taking a step back and looking at the bigger picture, it will lead to a systemic change. So that's how we look at it.
Edward, thank you. Timekeeper, I wonder how we're doing for time. I'm told we can continue. I don't want to be the person between you and your lunch. Thank you very much for that quick feedback. But I also give my 2 cents. By the way, my name is Eugene Tananga, development expert, impact finance consultant, currently serving at FAO. I've been around and I've talked to many businesses such as yours. Adding to the voices of these experts, I think what we see here is good stuff. You have product, you're answering a market problem. We now just need to do what you call placement. How do you fit into whichever market you're trying to enter? And how do you scale that? In fact, following up on Edward's last point, you have to look at a more all-encompassing solution, right from where you're sourcing from to sustainability, which I think we've seen and had a lot in your businesses. The problems you're trying to solve are real problems, and I think we can all, agree that those are real market problems. So the opportunity is there. Now we just need to work together to make these businesses fit for purpose. Thank you. I'll request that you can go back. Time? Okay. So just a second. You may take your seats. need to clear with my boss. I may not go back to the office and I don't have a desk. So the boss has given me another 20 minutes. I'm going to invite questions from the audience. Yes, sir. Be kind. Somebody help me move this around.
Hello. My wife say don't talk, but she's not here. I came here to invest 10 of millions and do what I succeeded in the wood industry in Gabon, in everywhere. But I am today discouraged by you five of you. It looks like you give more importance to procedure and paperwork. And your bankers or whoever has the money, he not a profit. And every single project here is money making. What paper you need? The guy who makes pellets and briquette, and he want to make 1 ton more per hour, and collect the waste that most of the market is. Djibouti, in 4 years, there was 7 fire. It is that waste he's taking out. The municipality even have to pay him. What paper you need? If you are Opportunity Bank, just call him, make him the paper, see the money, and give him the money. Because this is if the bank, I'm not coming in this country. Because I'm asking you $7 million. What do you say? These are no green business. All are brown business. These are people that trained by passion, the drying kiln. He can go to Shibuya, make a store, lease him the material with your guarantee, with your technician. I really want to tell you, if this is our funding system, I don't think the wood will take off. Thank you very much.
I think that was a comment, not a question. It's a point for reflection. Bankers, please be innovative. That's what I conclude as. Next.
Any other question?
Flowers are also welcome to the panelists and our companies.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Protocol observed. I think it's been a great day for learning for some of us. One observation is that we as smallholder farmers, I don't think we are quite represented here. I totally agree with you. Maybe next time we should think of bringing in a smallholder farmers and the smallholder processors as well, so that they can share their experience on how things are being done in the wood industry. And my colleague there, I didn't get your name. I like your last comment that resilience of the sector is based on the sustainability of the source. I wonder whether Ministry of Finance is part of this discussion, because the biggest challenge we are getting as producer and small-scale processors is the distorted market and the trade question. Other than Kontiki, none of you mentioned what the farmer will get per acre or per hectare. So to me, that is a red flag already. I have been asked to supply wood to some Chinese company. I'm supposed to fell, load on the truck, transport it over 200 kilometers, and I'm asked to be paid 60,000 per cubic meter. Does that make economic sense? So these are issues that we really need to have discussions about. How do we treat the producers down there? Otherwise, the future of this green energy is going, because most people will be targeting the profit. Okay? So I think that's my comment. You need to pass that message to Ministry of Finance. If they are not around, let us sort out the market. Let us sort out trade issues. Thank you.
How many more?
We'll take, looks like we have some exciting Please introduce yourself and which organization. I'll also ask my control team, let's write down these questions and comments. Some of them are important for our reflection. We need to involve smallholder farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Alice Kampire Mwonge. I would like to touch on, I think, one of the slides that he had, where he had, I would say, an industrial hub. I would call it industrial hub, where you're bringing together several actors into the same space. I feel like it was a very strong slide, but that conversation was left untapped. Yeah. And because the theme is dialogue, how do we then dialogue together to be part of such a hub where you have different players and you'd say maybe one has a raw material that's provided by another business. Yeah, it's a residue of another business. You have a platform, she wants to make a platform, but that is already aggregated within a space, the same space. How do we then dialogue and tap into this and bring together financials into the same space, bring together raw material service providers, but also businesses that are able to support that space as an industrial hub?
It seems Jerome has more questions than the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Kenneth Nkumiro. Thank you to all the panelists. And let me join Ministry of Trade to thank FAO and EU for bringing timber to this space. We have no need for other spaces. My questions are to Ganton and Gantons about briquettes. I think the biggest challenge with the briquettes is the sustainability of raw materials. Because you're using sawdust, but you are competing for it now with the coffee farmer and even those who are making boards. They are all looking for it. So you may need to think about that risk going forward. From your presentation, it seems that your briquettes are not carbonized. That means they emit smoke. So how are you dealing with the risk of smoke-related illnesses, especially for the domestic users? And finally, for institutional and industrial use, have you established your avoidance activities vis-a-vis the smoke generated at industrial level for those who use your pelleted briquettes that are not carbonized? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are going to accept, because of time, that we are going to take this as feedback for us to improve our businesses. So thank you very much for that comment. We're going to consider, carbonizing if this is the issue, sustainability of raw materials, if that is the gap. Continue, sir. Maybe we'll take one more question. Well,
I have two ladies all competing.
How many?
I have two ladies all competing.
Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Christine Mwanja, and I'm coming from National Agriculture Research Organization, specifically the Forestry Institute that does forestry research. Thank you, panelists. I am very passionate about bamboo, but also wood, so thank you very much. Now, to the business people, yeah, there's only one who mentioned need for technical advice. Yeah, so I stand here to encourage you to also let us from research into your spaces, because some of the things that you bring out here as problems, when you have the research component from us, from the National Research Institute, we are able to address them. Specifically, I was touched by the gentleman about timber heaven, actually. You talked about things to do with defects in wood, and you're looking out for growers to give you timber that is defect-free. Yeah, but when you find that some of these defects are natural, and what you're bringing is a solution to some of those defects. So I encourage you, the business people, to allow the research organization into your space because it will help you in addressing some of these problems. Then to the gentleman who is doing the briquettes, another plus to what you brought on is the introduction of the stoves. Because most of these briquettes, one of the challenges they have is how to light them and sustain that heat. Now, when you bring in a stove that you mentioned that will help to burn these particular briquettes, then you'll be able to go further in the market. Because with these briquettes, if you use these local stoves that we have, you will not be able to address that challenge. But thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll pause there because of time. We will respond to these questions. After probably our lunch, we'll have a chance to group some of these questions and respond to them. Thank you very much, audience. Allow me to ask my panel in 1 minute each, from your perspective and where you come from the banker perspective, from the development partner perspective, how can we grow this sector? 1 minute. Amos.
Thank you very much. How do we grow the sector? One, the role of partnerships. You need partners to co-create the interventions that are going to unlock the opportunities. There will be a need for a blended financing model that brings technical assistance, a BDS, and financing. But financing at different levels. There will be short-term, mid-term, long-term that are all crafted. That can only happen with partners being in the same room, co-creating the products and services to serve the ready SMEs. Thank you.
Excellent. I think that's a point for EU to take home. Equity Bank, 1 minute.
Thank you so much. I cannot reiterate what he has just mentioned. It has to be through partnerships. There's no other way around it. Like I mentioned, some may not be ready for commercial lending, but there are different products that can be developed. Blended financing, he's mentioned it. So I think co-creation is very, very key, and understanding the businesses at their different cycles and where they are at, so that then we can extend the necessary financing to them, that they can be able to refinance their businesses and grow in a sustainable way. Thank you.
Excellent. Edward, Gatsby Africa is very busy in this part of the world. What are you working on that could excite these people and help us grow this sector?
So that cannot be answered in 1 minute, but we
give
can
you
definitely
a minute and a half
further after. But looking at it in summary, so one, we are looking at supplier deals across the value chain. Given that growers are the backbone, so is there a way we can broker deals between the growers and the, for example, export-oriented businesses or businesses focusing on local and regional markets, so that there is transparency in pricing? Because sometimes the information asymmetry leads growers not to be incentivized to continue with the business, given that they believe they're not getting the right price for their material. So that's one. We have interventions that I can state further, but we are testing, and also access to improved genetics. So when we are looking at the resilience of the sector, the cost of, for example, planting a hectare versus what you get out of it is also influenced by what you plant. And what the businesses need is reliable quality supply, and that supply starts with planting. So when we are looking at improved genetics, we are looking at increased yield, and we have trials that have shown 30 to 40% plus, and also the form of the tree that you're getting at the end of the day. So that once you have the primary processors investing, they have the right quality and quantity of material that can be supplied to the next part of the value chain, which is the secondary processors.
Thank you. Juliet, from where you sit, how can you partner with this community?
Well, as an impact investor on my end, for now, as the sector evolves, we would like to look at it from regulatory side of the body. I don't know if it would be NEMA or Ministry of Trade or Agriculture, to see that the sector is properly regulated and required certificates are in place to ensure that on the other end, the final off-takers or the processors of the different wood products are actually sourcing from sustainable sources.
Thank you. Bobo, you've been around this SME development space for some time. What more can we do that we are not doing to grow this sector?
I think from my side, I think everyone has talked about the money, getting partners. But from my side, I'll speak to the entrepreneurs. And I think it's more support to the entrepreneurs to handhold them throughout the entire journey. So I always say investment readiness is a journey, and it's not just a one tick box. And capital raising is very similar to that. It might even be longer. And supporting the businesses to grow, scale their business models, and even as they interact with investors, the different investors, to identify which investors they are right for them, how much capital they require at the time, and how much more can they get over time, and what that looks like. So our day-to-day as the deal flow facility is to ensure that we walk that journey with a business all the way from the pre-investment readiness, so that's your matching with the investors, all the way to the deal close, to ensure that even when they give you a term sheet that has complicated terms, you understand that maybe this is the right kind of financing, this is not the right kind of financing, and where else should I look?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, panel. Thank you, our entrepreneurs. Let's give them a very, very, very big hand clap. Martha guides the next picture, lunch. We're coming back in the afternoon to hear from more pitches.
Yes, so I think
next?
they can go back. I'll give some closing remarks before we go for lunch. But thanks, everyone. We can give a big hand clap for them. Maybe they've insisted there is a picture that needs to be taken. Maybe if I can kindly ask Michelle and Leo to join into the picture. And Jerome, yes, please. Thank you. So as people take their seats, I would like to recognize everyone that is in the room. And of course, this will allow us to forge some partnerships. Can I kindly request people to take their seats? And we shall have discussions during lunch. Doctor? Yes, I know this is very exciting, and we'll have another very good session in the afternoon. But before I get into those details, allow me to recognize all the BDS firms that are in the room. Kindly stand up for recognition. If you know you're providing technical assistance, you're providing some business development, because these businesses will eventually need you. Kindly stand up for recognition. Only one? Ah, okay. Yeah. And thank you so much, Alice. Do we have some other Yes, there's also someone at the back. Thank you. Is that Emmanuel from Shona? Emmanuel? Okay. So we have some, during lunch you can connect. So we also have some bankers beyond, I think, Equity Bank and Opportunity Bank that are also in the room. Could you kindly stand up for recognition? Yes, for just 1 second, Carlo, so those are the financial institutions. During lunchtime, there is something that, Carlo, could you kindly stand up just for 1 second? And yes. So there is a product that he wants to talk to you about. If you can kindly meet him during lunch, and then you have a further conversation. So I know I'm standing in between, our stomachs and the mouth, but I'll take just very few minutes. The next session in the afternoon, we are going to have other businesses pitch. And these are really interesting. We have processors. CD, I'm responding to one of your questions. We have some primary processors that are coming to pitch. We have people in utility, plant treatment and processing. So other good pitches that are also addressing some challenges in the sector. But most importantly, we also have a panel on the enabling environment. So things around policy, things around taxation. So I'd encourage everyone after lunch to come back and we have these conversations. But as I close, there's also something important I wanted to mention. Because we are still talking about access to financing and capital. And again, mentioning the challenge that financial institutions have been mentioning, that we don't understand the sector quite well. Yes, we financed it, but we are categorizing them just as any other business. If you come looking for asset financing, we'll categorize you under asset financing. But the sector is special in a way. And I would like to recognize our partners, UNCDF, I don't know if they are in the room, and Triple GI. Is Triple GI in the room? Yes. So they are working out something very special for the sector. They are developing some financial products for which they would want to work with financial institutions that will help in unlocking capital for the sector. And I think that deserves really a hand clap. Yes. So we are not just stopping at talking, but we are also looking at implementing. How do we create solutions for these challenges that we are talking about? So kindly allow me to close the morning session here, and I welcome you to lunch, which is down in the basement, I think in Chazinga Hall, down. And in case you need any coupon, please approach me in case you've not yet received. Bon appétit.
that we are still burning, or a few comments, a maximum of 3, that we are still burning as we moved out for lunch. If lunch did not swallow those questions, please, all those comments, please put them on table. Anybody with questions? Questions brought forward or carried forward from the previous session? Comments carried forward from the previous pitching session?
Our business. What we do is we are processing about 60 cubic meters per day. Out of this machine, we have a multiple reaper with quite a big capacity. Then we also have LT15 wood miser, LT40 wood miser, a table saw, and a multiple reaper. That helps to recover the offcuts into small timber, which we put into the finger joint, semi-finger joint machine to join them and turn that waste or from the offcuts into boards. You call them hand boards. We put them on a table and we process them. With a few women who keep piling them together after gumming, and we produce the boards. These boards, we don't complete the process, but there is a factory in Kayabwe which completes. So we do the preliminary, and then we send the boards to them to complete the process. So that there is that cooperation around that we do. As the moderator has told you, we started planting about almost 30 years ago. 20 years with SPGS, now FAO. We got a lot of assistance from them. We have a large commercial forest. You can say we have about 1,400 hectares of sustainable forest. And in order, we first tried to sell and use the mutamizer to recover, but the offcuts and the wastage was almost 65%. And that made us think of what can we do in order to do this. We got a wood miser, LT40, that did not also solve the problem. So what we did was to think, so how are we managing to do our products? And how do we move them around? The business model is we are using those construction companies come for our timber, builders come for our timber. We are not yet out to go full marketing, but carpenters will come for our timber. We are doing both hardwood and softwood. We have eucalyptus. We have, now we also bought, we started off with the S1, SAM1 you call it, for charcoal making. It did not yield the results. We tried the customers, they never yielded results. We went into a Chinese technology of charcoal stoves, carbonizing. So we started molding using hands, and it didn't work very well. So we got a briquetting machine with an extruder that makes those briquettes. We produce about 1.5 ton per day, and also charcoal, about 1.2 from the branches and the offcuts. We also have a machine that it's like a hammer mill that produces the dust from the branches and other biomass, which we mix to make into these brackets. They are smokeless. When you work with them, even people living in flats. Of course, the market is not yet good. What we need now is to get awareness to the people. What drove us to do this is the depletion of natural forest, the pressure that the charcoal demand was putting on the environment. And we looked at it, we said, okay, maybe we can do a holistic zero to waste business so that we can maximize our return from the forest. The critics will say, why are you doing all this? Why don't you get into other people do that and you specialize? Yes, it's true. But that you can only do that in an idealistic situation. You can't do it in a society like ours. For example, I've told you the boards, I'm able to take it to the Chinese company, which is completing the boards. I do the preliminary processing, and then, so that is what we would desire for all of us. If there was that kind of thing, you do one thing, then you give the others, and you standardize. But this is not the situation that is prevailing right now in Europe. Hello. So we are looking at acquiring more machines because our running costs are so high. We need harvesters, we need skidders. You know, in forest you have a lot of obstacles, and for trees that are 20 years old, the girth is they are heavy for manual labor to handle. Even if it is there, it's very risky for the workers. So we are now seeking financing to be able to acquire these skidders, harvesters, lodgers, and grabbers so that we can work efficiently to achieve our business plan. And then also, as we grow, the forest we have might not be enough to sustain. We will need working capital to be able to grow and outsource materials if we operate at full capacity. Why? Because the trees we are growing in our forest cannot be enough for the capacities we are envisaging, we already have and we are envisaging to have. So that is how RSB investment is looking. We have financed ourselves through sales of our boards, our timber, and these briquettes and charcoal that we get out of our forests. So we are looking forward to technical assistance that might be required for one, management. Most of our businesses collapse because of management. Two, we need technical assistance because what we do is, I had a lady from Unafori, that is very welcome, thank you so much. We shall get to you because we need your assistance. Many researchers, we need you. You can help us to broaden our outlook. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another hand clap for him as he takes his seat. PS1, and I've been growing with the project. Now we are still with them, thinking solutions, business solutions, to actually get value from the 25-year efforts of investment. Quite a good journey. Now, in the morning, there were two questions raised by Mr. Langoya about the smallholder farmers, and the same was talked about by a colleague from the bank, again about what are we thinking about smallholder farmers. Jerome from MTIC, actually in his presentation, I don't know why this time he omitted that line. There's a line he always talks about 60% of the wood resources in the country is actually from smallholder farmers. So I'm going to invite a unique business. This is Rukunjiri Timber Traders and Tree Growers Cooperative Society. This business talks about the power of working together, the power of aggregation of tree growers and timber traders and wood processors operating from the hills of Kigezi on small plots of Nyachishenyi, Nyarushanje, and those villages with difficult names in southwestern Uganda. Mr. Innocent, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harold, and members present. My name is Rukunjiri Tree Growers and Timber Traders Cooperative Society. Though Mr. Harold was saying I'm innocent, that is by national ID. But for today's interest, I'm Rukunjiri Tree Growers and Timber Traders Cooperative Society. It is in western Uganda, in Kigezi region, and the Rukungiri district, Rukungiri municipality. This cooperative society, we are basically in wood-based value addition, and our interest, as he has already said, is farmer. We are now trying to look at this farmer on a private basis. We started in 2018, and by then we were 2 associations. By then it was not a cooperative. There were 2 associations. One, Rukunjiri Tree Growers Association and Rukunjiri Timber Traders Association. Then with time, we merged the 2 associations in 2020 with the aim of benefiting from aggregation, enjoy benefits of aggregation. And definitely, it's now where we are. By then, we went on to register and we got a permanent registration. We registered with the Register of Companies, and we advanced from being an association to a cooperative. And from there, we started when we are around 32 people, 7 female and 25. And what is interesting is that at least we normally sit quarterly, that is after 3 months. But what is interesting, every time we sit, at least we receive a new member. So we have hopes that people have interest in what we are doing, and we also feel that we are having an impact. And from there, we started building our structures. By then, we had members of executive before registration. But when we got registered permanently, we now advanced to, now we are named as board member. We are no longer members of executive because now it was a cooperative society. So we have a board, and I'm the chairman of the board that comprises of 9 members. We went on to institute other committees. We have the Human Resource Committee, we have the Procurement Committee, the Vetting Committee. The Vetting Committee is basically responsible for election and election of office bearers. and our office is 4 years term. And me, I'm now 1.5 years in the office. So for us, we are democratic as cooperators. Every time and then we have to get new office bearers. So let me first look at what interested us to have this cooperative. We are the wood value chain in Rukungira and Kigezi. The problem was persistent inefficiency caused by inadequate timber processing capacity. We have the raw materials, but the problem is processing. So when we sat, we said if we are to have something beneficial to our members, to our private planters, we must first have the good method of having our farmers benefit from their fields. And definitely one of them was to have access to modern machinery, and that's where we started. And from there, another challenge was a shortage of standardized timber. And of course there we had to look at modern machinery of timber conversion. Then another challenge was frequent machine breakdown. Being in the western end of our Uganda, you know how hard it is to come to Kampala. If you are going to maintain your machine, it is also not cheap as you may think. So we now went to find the solutions to some of these challenges to our farmers. And before that, I want to first thank our partner, WWF, because we worked together to have some solutions to some of these challenges. Prior to that, we had the other partners like the FIFOC, the SPGS, as you have already looked at it, because they help us in giving seedlings to farmers on private basis. But still, even as a cooperative, we also tried to have our own nursery beds so that we can have our own gardens, and at the same time, we help our members to have their private gardens in order to enhance their well-being. And one of the solutions that we are trying to look at, one was to ensure that we have the standard methodologies of timber conversion. There we have been using the wood miser in the timber cutting for its efficiency, and still we thank WWF that helped us in getting that wood miser, and it is very efficient and very quick. You can cut like 300 pieces in a day compared to some of our local methodology of timber conversion, that where you can even cut like 20 timbers in a day. And still, it is efficient in a way that its blades are very small, that they can just increase on the number of timbers within a log. So it is very efficient in one way or the other. Then two, we also went on to the business of wood seasoning in partnership with WWF. Still, we started with timber seasoning, and this is one of the challenges whereby you would find that most of our farmers could not benefit directly from their gardens Because remember, like for example, in Kigezi, you may find that an eucalyptus timber is being sold at 3,000, a wet one. And when you season it, you find that it is like at 1,000, at 12,000 shillings. So you find now a farmer is now benefiting. And we use it to bring all these wet timber in Kampala, here in Ndeba. You would find even the transport is taking everything on a farmer who is just bringing this pine here in Kampala. But of course, when we started encouraging our members to come and season their woods, you would now find that at least there is something they are trying to benefit from their trees. And still, by wood seasoning, we are now trying to act as, we are now trying to set a good precedent for other entrepreneurs to understand that you can also have good timber that is seasoned. And remember, by seasoning, what we are trying to find out, we are trying to look at how we can enhance the appearance, the functionality, and the durability of the product from this timber that we are trying to season. So we are also trying to tell our members and the community how important it is to season our timbers. Then finally, we are looking at some of our products. Since we are a tree and, of course, our interest is in tree planting and timber conversion, and at the same time, we are interested in carpentry. We also have from our you can look at our timber shed, our timber yard. We have the carpentry, so we are interested in having doors, frames, furniture. When you come at our office, you can find all of them. So ours is a wood-based value chain. We are starting from tree planting. We go on timber conversion. Then still we'll go on to timber seasoning. And at the same time, we want also to have these products from our timbers. Because our interest is to make sure that at the end of the day, the association, the cooperative benefits, and our members also benefits. And as of today, I want to inform you that Rukunjiri Tree Growers and Timber Traders Cooperative Society, we are now having 10 staff who work. We have 6 full-time staff, and we have 4 of them who are casual laborers, but still we have some other people we normally hire, especially when we are in the season of business. Maybe the challenges, some of the challenges we are now trying to face, one of them is that we still have the challenge of advertising, because you see, for some of these new business, people may not easily understand what you are trying to. And of course, it is a cooperative society, even our member linking. Like now, when we have exchanged business ideas, contacts, and from here you will find you are my client, I'm your client. So for cooperative societies, you find even members themselves can even create market. You have trees for sale, one of your members can even buy from you. Even a cooperative can buy from you. So yourself, you can be a market. So we are trying to advertise, because even members can advertise, but still we need to have advertising. Finally, just to look at some of our achievements, job creation, I've already talked about that. We have reduced timber wastage, improved the construction, and support small carpentry enterprises, environmental sustainability. And by environmental sustainability, I've already talked about how we are trying to plant our own trees, and we have managed to own our nursery bed as a cooperative so that we can continue planting trees, and we are basically interested in Pinus spatula and eucalyptus. We also plant indigenous trees because recently we planted over 9,000 trees, including 3,000. So we see there is an impact. Yeah, that's the municipality from our office. That's what I can briefly talk about. I thank you so much. Thanks for listening, and thanks for this opportunity. I thank you so much.
Yes, as we clap for Innocent, Innocent, take your seat. We are clapping for 138 members of the group. So that hand clap is not enough for 138 members of the group. Yeah, that's better. Thank you very much for that presentation. So farmers can come together and make a business case and grow their industry. They have a role to play. That's just what Innocent is presenting to us. But you saw a list of problems, meaning that we still have work in progress. Now, allow me invite. I'm also going, like in the morning you had also something about adding value to waste. So allow me invite good quality briquettes. Good quality briquettes is also producing briquettes, the carbonized briquettes. Mr. Siraje Kamujisha says that he has the best briquettes in the country, but he's here to tell us why. But most importantly, we're interested in the business case. What is the story? Where is the money? Where is the traction? Thank you very much. Yes, I'm told there is a video in the background, so allow us a few minutes of watching.
All our processes are automated, so there's nothing really manual. Our mixer, as already demonstrated previously, is controlled electronically and automatically. We're able to tell how long the mix is going to take. So there's no manual intervention. All the mixing is done automatically. We just put the recipe, and this is help us control the money processes. So once that's done, I've already shown you the conveyor just goes to a bit of the mix to the most location. Now the most takes to the concentration. And the community is not as so it is like you may even feel like it's powder, because of the concentration strength that we use while pushing the mold. It actually comes out to be very, very strong. And now as you can maybe see, quite very powerful, and it begins with very, very, very hard substance already. I'm assuming that this thing has been in for a long time. It's quite a very hard thing, and it easily passes like a few meter process. One meter process. Quite a
gives a very good sense of things and how things are going on. So we are Good Briquette Initiative Limited. Harold, we are not good quality briquettes. But it's also another way of emphasizing that we actually top-notch when it comes to carbonized briquettes. My name is Siraje Kamujisha. I'm the Chief Executive of Good Briquette Initiative Limited. We are located in Jinja, and we've got that kind of technology. We mainly use sawdust as our key raw input, but we also supplement as a form of sustainability and being sure that we are living tomorrow and we are in the same business tomorrow. We do produce carbonized briquettes, and our briquettes are universal across all cook stoves. So you don't need this particular cook stove to use our briquettes. The other thing that is unique about these briquettes, they are cleaned in the process. So we clean them, we extract smoke out of them, and then we're able to get what they call the coal tar. So in future, once we scale, we should be able now to start using that by product to probably the road users. But we've also started doing some research. I'm going to take the contacts of the narrow lady. We are also seeing lots of interests with the people interested in researching about shoe polish, something like that. The other byproduct that we get out of carbonization is vinegar, which is a very good pesticide at the end of the day. But we're also trying to see if we can clean it further to become, yeah. So the reason for existence is because of the problem that we had, and maybe you can, no, you can. So very quickly, we know that over 90% of our population depends on biomass. We use firewood and we use charcoal to produce a meal, a hot meal on our table. The other very important task is that we grow about 5% year on year, our population. So it means that year on year, our cooking needs simply continue to grow. And of course, very good conversations around sustainable forestry, which is a very good thing. But I see less and less of this being provided for cooking needs. So that's where we come through. How do we maximize our waste that we have to convert it into clean energy? And that was basically the reason of our existence. So that was the problem at hand. We looked at all these numbers that we have talked about, and then projected that probably 5-10 years from now, we shall not be having any fuel. We cannot leap from 90% to 40% of modern fuels, which is basically electricity and LPG. We still need to have biomass, but improved and cleaned biomass. And that's where a good briquette initiative is. And the solution is simple. So we provide the clean briquettes, that we are sure that they are smokeless. We make sure that that is tested. They are smokeless. We've gone ahead to certify them by Uganda National Bureau of Standards to ensure that they are consumer ready. So you are consuming something that has been scientifically proven to be safe for you. Our business model is quite very simple. Primarily, we ride on the B2B model. But we are saying that since this is a new product, investors, who we are calling the distributors or the wholesalers, are a bit resistant to invest in it. So we create a demand around the area so that we are able to demonstrate that this is a household product and everyone needs it. People are able to see that there are margins that are coming out of this product, and then we have started seeing people getting interested by the day. And of course, like my other previous players in the market say, we have an issue of awareness. Very few people are aware about briquettes as a very good cooking solution alternative. And people are still laid back to using charcoal and firewood. So as we throw more awareness to the public, we are seeing more and more people coming on board and taking on the distributorship role. So as Good Briquette Initiative Limited, once we start the B2C, we slowly jump out as the distributors continue to take it on, and then as they continue to sell to the domestic consumers. We also do some industrial and some other institutions like schools. We've touched on some hospitals, restaurants. We are definitely making a lot of sense for them. I mean, they love the fact that these briquettes are smokeless, they burn much longer, and also they are able to use the ash to wash their ceramics and saucepans much, much better. So they are using an entire product only, end to end. I thought that we could very quickly look at the market opportunity. So first of all, our key competitor is, of course, the guys who use charcoal. And when we are talking about the market opportunity, we shall talk about what does the market of charcoal look like and what is that small thing, piece of thing that we can actually touch on it, and we see how practical that is to see if the business makes sense or not. In a year, we produce about 1.8 million, 150 million. If you remember the numbers we talked about when we were talking about the wood exports by the gentleman who was for the Minister of Trade, he talked about 900 USD exports value. We are saying that in Uganda, our annual value for charcoal is about $350 million. So imagine, value for charcoal, a channel that has not been standardized, we are not aware about it, is about 50%. The total standardized key export indicator for Uganda, 900 million for the wood, 350 million for the charcoal. This is where we are saying that this is very lucrative, and we are saying that if it is planned, it's very good, but it's not. The population is growing every day. We are unable to control this if we let it run by itself. And that's why we are stepping in to say that, okay, if we cut a tree, should it all go to waste? Or we should actually use part of it to generate a substitute to see how we can actually cut down the 1.8 million tons that is generated from cutting that tree to actually something that is more sustainable. So we are saying that if we touch about 30% of the total charcoal demand, then our numbers start making a lot of sense. And that's what it means. So annually, we are looking at about $1 to $5 million if we simply touch on that small value. And definitely, if with all your support, these are things that are very possible. Our raw material is quite available. We are saying that because the numbers are that 40% of the wood waste is only what is usable, which is actually the sawdust. So what about the other branches that we simply, throw out and all that? I mean, my colleagues are using, you are one of the so many, but there are thousands and thousands of tons that go to waste unutilized. And also, as highlighted in the problem, some of those wastes are actually burnt, which simply increase on the number of pollutions, the amount of pollution that we are having in the atmosphere. So making use of this actually makes a lot of sense. So, Harold, do you want to go to the next slide? So where are we now? We have been 4 years in existence. But 4 years has been a journey, did not just start producing that briquette. So the first year we were doing product research so that we understand what does the customer want? What kind of briquette do they want? How can we mimic a charcoal size, a charcoal value to the customer so that by them shifting from charcoal to a briquette, they are not experiencing any kind of difficulty. So that was the first one. In the first year, we also started doing technology research. Our technology is customized, not anywhere in the world. So we are saying that how do we build a technology that can exactly give what the customer wants? And that was the journey in year one. In year two, we started procuring our home and procuring the technology. Because after building the technology in our minds, then we had to put it physical. So we started in year two procuring the technology, engaging the technology masters, and we found them in South Korea. So we are able to actually build that form of technology that could give us that value. At the same time, we definitely had to buy our home, which is in Jinja. Along the way, of course, procuring permits, as you know, the National Environmental Authority permit, the City Council permit, authorization of buildings, extra. That was basically what we are doing in the second year. In our third year, we started, also the technology came, and then we started doing product testing, throwing it to the market, having some bit of rejection, technological challenges, learning around, so many things around, technology failing and then bringing it back extra. Today, which is actually the fourth year, we've done about 250 tons commercially. This is a business with a 95% customer turn back. So this really talks about quality assurance that we are giving to our customers, and I have got quite a number of people here who have used this product, and they can attest that this product is highly unmatched. We have been able to work hand in hand with the ministry, and so together with the ministry and the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, we are some of the pioneers to have a certification of our product. So our product has gone through a very clear audit check, looking at every attribute that I have mentioned. How many hours is it burning? Does it have smoke? Can it pass a 7-meter drop test? So that when we are moving it, if you are moving 50 kilos, you actually get home with 50 kilos, not 40 kilos and 10 kilos of ash or of dust. We definitely have lots of challenges. The biggest point that we have is the carbonization technology. Your output today, which is about 3 tons, a cycle of 16 hours, is dependent on our scale of carbonization. So when you carbonize a very small lot, that is all that you are able to produce. We think that if we improve our carbonization technology to something that can give us about 3.5x of what we are currently producing with, we should be in a better space. Definitely, we are driving lots of awareness campaigns, but we still think that there's quite a lot we need to do with regards to awareness of products. Definitely, we've got some working capital gaps to match the market demand capacities, as we shall see. But what does that mean in terms of requirement? And that forms our ask for the day. We think if we get a carbonizer that can do about 10 tons per day, then that is super cool. We have thought about the input, which is basically the carbonizer, the crusher, and then we have also thought about the output. Because if you increase input, then we are thinking about a bigger dryer to accommodate what we are trying to input. So a combination of those key 5 points, we think, is able to take about 360K. The core of the rotary dryer is mainly to deal with managing the hard parts of the wood waste. For example, if you look at the wood cuttings and all that, we've been dealing with sawdust mainly, but now we want to expand and take care of the 60% that we've not been working with. So that's why the ask is very specific in what we are doing. Currently, we are using solar to dry. We've got electric dryers, but as you know, the cost of power is quite high. So we have built a model solar dryer out there. This one takes about 4 to 5 tons and takes about 2 days to dry. Working for us, but I think if we could expand to something that can take about 15, 20 tons at a go, it would be great, as we are thinking of expanding our market massively. Our team is still very small, but we are carefully expanding. We think that our revenues can only support up to that. We have 5 full-time payroll staff, which I'll explain. But most importantly is that the process of preconditioning the raw materials requires to have quite a number of people. We have a minimum of about 60 to 70 part-time people, of which about 60% of those are women and the youth, and they come from the communities in which we operate in. So that is very important for us. We are able to offset about 400 tons of waste per month, and then we are restoring about 300 trees daily, on the assumption that for every ton that you produce, you are actually saving about 88 trees. That is our warehouse in which our technology and our operations are right now. We've got the other very core team members who are the head of manufacturing. This guy is responsible to ensuring that our technology is working and all the bolts and nuts are working. And also the head of operations, who is responsible for our commercial and all the accounts department. So the head of operations as well as the, so I've mentioned the commercial. So we've got, we think that 57% of direct margin is very good if we increase on our sales capability. And of course, we are seeing quite a lot of anchor clients and distributors coming through. I think we are good. Yeah. So let's move to the next one. Yeah. So, so thanks so very much for listening to me. I still think that this is a movement. It's no longer really a business. It's a movement where everyone has got to jump onto. I still think that if we are talking about 90% of our population relying on biomass, and we are not looking at such businesses, then we have not yet started caring for our country. I don't even want to talk about protecting our gains. So thanks so much.
Yes, thank you very much, Siraje, as you take your seat and your call to action, the call to action of inviting us, each one of us, to identify a role you are going to play in his business. May I want to buy a sack of... thank you very much. Somebody is sending me a message. Somebody is watching us somewhere on YouTube and saying, we also applied. Why are we not there? I want to face the camera and tell you out there that yes, we got your application, and this is just the beginning. The dialogue has just started with a few that were ready and available, accessible. We are aware to have over 100 businesses in the pipeline, and we are coming for you. Tuja, don't get discouraged. We are going to number 4. Number 4 is Mejaruda Enterprises Company Limited. They are in utility poles and posts and timber treatment based in what is that district called? In the Chegegwa district. That's where I'm treating from. He went as close as the Congo border. Probably he's targeting the Congolese market. We shall hear more from him as he presents his business case. Over to you, David Munombira, the director himself.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, it seems everybody's too tired because has overeaten. Okay, sorry. Thanks. I have this opportunity to thank those people who invited me to present my issues concerning my company. I'm called Mulumbira David from Chegegwa and the executive director of Mejaruda Enterprise Company Limited. And this company limited started small. As I was still young, I saw some huge trees which were planted by my grandfather. Then I also adapted by planting my own plantations. So sometime when my plantations grow, I supplied the raw materials to Kilembe Investment, to Kilembe Mines Limited, which had a similar machine that I have today. I don't want to take you very far back. Now, when I was still supplying those materials, I thought, why shouldn't I also have such a machine? So we have a machine which treats the electricity poles, it treats construction poles, facing poles, and the timber for roofing, for doing such buildings that the Mzungu told you of. Now, like those timbers or those trees, when you treat them, that house will last for more than 30 years if it is having that process of being impregnated treatment. The picture you are seeing there is our treated poles. However, you can see those cracks. It is due to overstaying there. These poles you are seeing, we treated them 2020. From 2020 to today, it shines on them. It rains on them. When it rains, cracks continue. But as for now, I think cracks have stopped because it was even over-treated. We are based in Chegegwa because we saw it is centrally of Western Uganda. I made my market survey. I understood that there is only one pole plant in Mbarara. Then I located mine in a central place, which is Chegegwa, trying to even capture market of Congo, as he has told you, because we are neighboring with Congolese, and Congolese, I'm sure they cannot manage this technology in very few years. By the time they shall have understood, maybe we shall have gone far distance. This project, when we initiated it in Chegegwa, farmers were so happy because they were being, they were not getting a good market, because those who could come and buy raw materials like poles, they were coming from Kampala. All pole plants are from Kampala, and Kampala here. So somebody could go down and minimize the prices because of minimizing transport and other handlings. So when we brought it near them, it was indeed a blessing for them that we shall add on the cost or on the prices, because for us we are nearby the wood lots. So that was an achievement for the community around us, or these other districts like for Potro, Chegegwa, and Ndoroko, and others. So that was an achievement for I don't know who it is. So now I've talked about the construction poles. Those we are seeing, those are construction poles. When you're putting up a shelter, either for piggery or cows, use those poles which can last for more than 20 years. They are like metal. When we treat it with a chemical called CA. That one is very, very, very hard to be penetrated by ants, by water. So you find that thing, that wood is like a metal. You can go to next. That one we are seeing, that machine, they call it a cylinder. It is 16 meters length, then the diameter is 2.2 diameter, almost 8.4 inches. So that's why we are crying that we need some equipments, because when we load that trail with the poles, we load around 50 poles. Now, human being cannot push it to enter it, that wood, that cylinder. And we stack these poles for 6 months. They completely get dry. Now, when you put it in that thing and you put compressor, it pushes chemical which has water into that wood. It becomes more heavier than that a human being cannot lift it. So it is our prayer that if we get somebody to assist us to get that log bell, we can be able to run our daily treatment. Every day we treat 4 charges, that is 200 poles if we have the log bell. That machine you are seeing there, that one we are testing the strength. The way you are seeing that pole lying, and there's another short pole on the other side. So bring a chain, we have another machine, we pull until it is 90 degrees, where it can't, we see whether it cannot breach. All our customers, whatever they purchase, we pass it through that system. They can test around 10 poles, then they say all poles are now okay. They pick at random. I can go to another step. The other one we have seen, that is our courtyard. we have a space where we stack our poles, untreated ones somewhere, this one that we are treating, and such a different angle. So we have like 4 acres, which is flat. And we are employing the community around, the youth, the women, by debunking. Debunking, I mean peeling off the outcoat. And we have solved even the problem of firewood. These women, when they come for working for us, after we paid them, we say we don't want that dirtiness. By the time they take these, the bags, they go and even cook their food, and they get easier to the service of firewood. What I've forgotten to tell you, we are an established company which has an executive director, the manager, the chemist, the forester. Don't have much to say because this is a bit unique from what we've been hearing, other than charcoals, others in what. For us, that's what we are doing basically. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, David. For him, he has only one need, a bell logger to ease the handling. David, you have a seat here on the platform. Now, from Chegegwa, the selection of these businesses was very interesting. It's as if you are taking me across the country. So from Chegegwa, I want to cross the Nile at Karuma and move in northern Uganda. There is a company called Canopy Wood Furniture. It deals in furniture, it deals in dry timber sales, it also has a component of briquettes, and they offer services of fee-based drying, and also offer services of repairing machinery, which is very unique, which is also an industrial challenge. Join me, welcome Mr. Tony Omara, all the way from Lira. Thank you very much, Tony.
People are now very tired, being the last. I don't want to take long. Good evening, everyone. Protocol all observed. My name's Tony Omara from Canopy Wood Furniture Uganda Limited. Canopy is a furniture company located in Lira City, northern Uganda. I want to correct the gentleman who had just left. Some of the things he was mentioning are the things we are still praying for. We are currently dealing in furniture making. We are also dealing in timber selling, and we are also dealing in wood processing. To start with, I was correcting what you are saying. To start with, the problem we have in the wood sector in northern Uganda, being last, most of them, as we terms as problem, has already been mentioned. And we have 4 major areas where we felt it was big for us. One of them, which is to other people, it's already raw material, is the wood waste from sawdust, from our machine sector. For us there, it is difficult to manage because disposing it is a cost. And sometimes it can be causing problem to the community, and yet it is a raw material. Secondly, it is a positive challenge. It's a high demand, a growing demand on furniture making. The demand of the furniture for the community is more than what we can produce. And looking forward and joining the team, I know we'll improve it in northern Uganda. And also, the problem which is also facing our people is deforestation. A good percentage still rely on wood as for firewood and charcoal, which is greatly affecting our community in terms of climate change. bringing poor yield in the agriculture. And even our rain patterns has changed. Like we used to know when we were growing, because people are cutting trees and the rate of planting is not like the rate of the cutting. So it has affected the community in terms of their income and the yield of agriculture, yet we largely depend on agriculture from that region. Lastly, in the problem, the problem we are having, the whole northern Uganda and eastern Uganda doesn't have a wood dryer. People have been mentioning here, much as we are producing furniture, our standard cannot meet the world standard. We are looking at imports and the products to meet the standard, but the drying machine is not there. So we are struggling in the long way to produce furniture, which is making our product not competitive enough. So those are major problems we have there. Go away to try some of the solutions we have tried to put in place. So our company have installed the wood machines, which is helping our community from the usual way people used to do manually. And it is helping us as a company, and it is also helping other people to benefit from. And we are also skilling. Northern Uganda was heavily affected from the. Our company is trying to skill. Right now, from the time we started in 2016 up to now, we have trained over 413. Now we are bringing out, this year we are bringing 24. It is growing according to our capacity, also growing like that. So that is what we are doing to the community. We are also giving to the community better furniture, reducing them to come and buy from Kampala. So we are the leading in furniture production from northern Uganda. You can check that out. You can go to our TikTok. You can check. And over the years, we have reduced the percentage of people who used to come and buy it from Kampala. And moving away from that to the product and services that we are offering, we mainly give out finished furniture, and we are into timber selling, and we hope to go to drying if we are supported, and then we can start drying from there. We are also praying for a briquette machine so that we can be turning our waste into raw material so that our people can also benefit from the clean energy. The business models. As I've mentioned, we are selling finished products, the finished timber, furnitures. We are selling timbers. And to go back to the point of in the timber business, right now, our company is supplying timbers to the construction of Akiba Stadium, is under construction by Samco. And now, to go back to the problems we are facing in drying, the finishing stage of that contract shows that we are supposed to supply finished doors, which meet the world standard, which will be tested. And before us knowing the people that FAO has gathered us together with the people who are already doing drying, we travel from there, we come to a company here called Rimu. So that means if we are to do that project, we have to ferry the timber from northern Uganda, bring up to Kampala, and then take it back or buy from Kampala expensively, dry it, and take it there. So that ones alone make us not to be competitive in the market because it will make our prices to go high. So those are the areas. And under attraction and achievement, over the years, as I've told you, we have bring in many youth and our scaling programs. We are also employing over 50 youth. Both of them are ladies and men. And also, our turnover revenue, as for last year, was 1.6 billion. We hope when we are supported, it will grow in the next 3 years to 3 billion, progressively. And also, currently, our main client base, construction companies, and the community around, people who are into real estate, the community buying doors and other furnitures from us. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Omara. When Jerome talked of 900 million US dollars in his presentation, some people started murmuring. Now we've started hearing billions from Lira. The sector is real. The conversation has begun. Now, Mr. Omara said he was the last person, but I remember during COVID, every home that had the last born ended up producing another last born. So it appears even today we have another last born from Footsteps Furniture. Footsteps Furniture is one of the locally owned manufacturing brand with over 21 years of experience. They deal in tree planting, timber processing, and manufacturing of products, solid wood and upholstery. The sofas you see around, the good ones, most of them are from Footsteps. And here we have Brenda, the team lead at Footsteps, who is here to present management. Brenda, you are welcome. You tell us more about your good furniture and the business. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm that last born. Give a big round of applause to me. Last born to Vanebia Joe, you know. But I'm happy, thank you so much, the organizing team, for this opportunity. I'm glad that we are here as Footsteps. Yes, somebody said, is it true that Footsteps does local manufacturing, processing? We do. We have actually done that for close to now 12 years. And in my next video that is about to show now, we're going to show you the process that Footsteps goes through to do our local production, all the way from our tree plantations to our showrooms. Control room, you can play the video. Thank you.
Welcome to Footsteps Furniture Company Limited.
My name is Brenda Nachiwoga, team leader at Footsteps Furniture Company Limited. Footsteps Furniture Company Limited's story begins with a young man who had a dream to be a doctor, but because of the limited resources then, he ended up being an agriculture teacher. And right now, he is one of the most successful businessmen in Uganda. Footsteps Furniture is owned by Mr. and Mrs. Chikabi, Ugandans, and it's been in business for 21 years now and still counting. Footsteps is located on Ginger Road, opposite Bank of Africa, and also in Mbarara. We deal in a wide range of products, which include office furniture, home furniture, steel furniture, carpets, blinds and curtains, installation services, and timber drying services.
because of the keenness to quality as our backbone, we have invested in CNC or automated machineries at our factory for quality control. At Footsteps, we have a team of qualified workforce. Our processes begin from our tree plantations located in Gomba and Malangala along Mitiana Road. From there, the logs are taken to our Namave timber processing plant where they are cut to size and put in our kiln for drying. Thereafter, these are taken to our factory in Mukono for value addition. My dream referrals are construction companies that include Sian Brothers, Rocco Construction, Symbion, real estate developers.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Control. So that's about Footsteps. We actually do start our processes from our tree plantations, like you just saw in the video. We have close to 250 hectares of trees located in Gomba and Mitiana. We have been in business for close to 22 years now. We actually made our 22nd year on 30th of October. We deal in all furnishing solutions. We do value addition, and I'm actually thinking I'm that wood value chain partner because I start the process from the tree planting up till the clients, up to our showrooms where the clients can access the products from that forest. Footsteps came in to solve the problem of the modern furniture. If you notice in our market, if you're looking for modern furniture, people would refer to the imported, you know. And so we thought, okay, can we just change that? Because by the time you get that sofa all the way from Asia, it will take about close to 2 months or so. And so we said, can we just come and change that model, that you can get that sofa that you saw in Asia, that you saw in Turkey at Footsteps in just about 7 days. And so we did invest in automation at our factory. We have quite a number of our staff who are certified, DIT certified in their works, and you're sure that what you're going to get from us is quality, is reliable. We have a workforce of close to 120 staff at our factory, and we also have corporate governance. Of course, for all these 22 years, we needed that guidance from our board of directors who are doing quite so well. And your turnover is close to, we are the fastest growing modern furniture brand for both your local and importation. I know a number of us get clients who want something that is imported. And yes, we have the capacity to manage any volumes for you with ease. Our locations, like I mentioned earlier, our timber plantations are in Gomba and in Mitiana. We also have our tree planting processing plant, like you, our timber value addition plant at Namave. We also have our factory located at Mukono and our showrooms both in Kampala and Mbarara. We look forward to your support and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm one of those who are lucky to visit your seat. I'm one of those who are lucky to visit their factory in Mukono. If you go there, you'll actually leave amazed. Some of the furniture we think is actually imported is made by them. Thank you very much, Brenda. Now, my right-hand side is fully constituted. In the mathematics and chemistry, sometimes you have to balance the equation to be complete. Now I need my left-hand side also to be constituted for the dialogue to start very well. I take the honor to invite Noah Omcha. Noah Omcha will help me complete the equation by constituting his panel on the left-hand side and also leading in the discussion. Noah comes from Abbey Development and Abbey Finance. In most cases, when I'm introducing him, I confuse Abbey Trust and Abbey something. When he comes, he will correct some of those things that I'll get wrong. He heads sustainability and ESG, and is one of the best advocates of ESG in this country that I've had. So passionate about that, and also about agribusiness. He's also passionate about agribusiness. Join me, welcome Mr. Noah Omcha. Thank you very much. Over to you, Noah.
Thank you, Harold. Okay, thank you. Everyone, good afternoon, good after lunch, ladies and gentlemen. I hope it is not taking a toll on you like it was on me. So I request that we don't leave the privilege of standing up to only those who are here, but request all of us to stand. Yes, fairness should apply to everybody. Hey, good. And stretch to the left. Who's the left? The left is my right. So, Swing to the left, swing to the right. Yeah, I'm seeing left-handed people swinging to the right instead of swinging to the left, but it's okay. Yes, and then we can take our seats, I think. So, as Harold has dictated, my role is to invite people here, and this distinguished panel of experts will not be doing so much. Will not repeat a lot of what has been discussed, but we'll try to bridge the gap between our needs and how we create an enabling environment to address the same needs. Oftentimes, we are clear about what we want, but when it comes to who in the ecosystem is going to enable us achieve what we want, then we find some gaps. And that's the difference between dreaming and achieving the dream. So those we met with a few days ago, I had the privilege of letting them know that I'm passionate about forestry and wood and agriculture at the same time, because my mom was an agriculture extensionist. So agribusiness is in my blood, is DNA for me. My dad was a forester, was a forest officer of, I think, of Mafuga Forest before he passed on about 3.5 decades ago. So I'm at home in terms of why we are here. And yeah, so I have a group of experts in the house, and I will invite them. Then maybe before we speak, they'll have a small opportunity to introduce themselves. I see we are trying to fight with time. But then they'll also be tasked, in addition to discussing their specific aspects of the panel, to also give feedback to the requests from the heavy team on the left, which Harold has tasked me to balance. So the first one I'll invite is a representative from the Ministry of Environment, Mr. Issa Katwesige. Give him a round of applause as he comes. Ministry of Trade. Yeah, these are practitioners in the enabling environment space, so you have to accord them the necessary applause. Otherwise, they may be mean in terms of what they are offering us. The other one is Paul, Mr. Paul Mugabi from UNBS. You're welcome, Paul. Our other distinguished panelist is Mr. Dennis Kavuma from, yeah, he's a brand. I don't think that one even needs introduction, but he's from UTGA. And then the other one is Caro Mujide from Innovation Village. You're welcome. Caro. A round of applause for Caro. Lady on the extreme left, lady on the extreme right. So it means that, let me give talk briefly, very briefly, in terms of purpose or mandate of the institutions you come from. You could also touch, very quickly rather address the needs. There are those who are asking for real money. To say, yes, let's give them money, but given the payback period of these investments and the return, maybe the pricing should be around here. Or we should do a blend. Government gives a portion, ABI gives a portion, FAO gives a portion, and the bank gives a portion. So over to you. We'll start from, I think, I'm feeling like starting from Issa, but maybe let's give the opportunity to Bwana Dennis to come first. And then, we'll have another panelist follow through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Uganda Team Body, for the commercial tree growers in Uganda. Our job is essentially to bring the growers together so that they are able to maximize from their efforts. And then so that they have a singular voice for their issues. Now, UTJ started in the year 2008. We are still young, and we are growing as the trees grow. We have growers that are small scale. Nearly 95% of our growers are small holders. Small holders for us is between, let me say, less than 100 hectares. If you're less than 100 hectares, you're small. If you're growing trees and you have between 100 and 1,000, you're medium scale. And then above 1,000, like my brother Richard, you're large scale. So Richard is large scale, and that's why he's able to do the things that he has shown us. UTJ is about aggregation. So we are bringing the growers together. And we believe that aggregation helps to bring order and discipline to the industry. You have a singular voice, and then when you're dealing with institutions of government, you have one person walking through the door. So ISA, when we are going to see ISA as growers, he receives one person, and instead of 100 or 1,000 growers. So that it allows him to listen to one person representing the growers. But also because of this, because of aggregation, you're able to influence the market. You're able to have market access that is efficient. You're able to influence cost, and you're able to influence things like pricing, bargaining power, and then of course you're able to allow the market to influence the market so that you get good value for the growers. And for us, I think that is key. Allow me, Noah, to say one more thing. I think for us as growers, the issue of sustainability is very, very key. We are part of the value chain, but we want the value chain to become a cycle. So that, you're growing trees, you're planting trees, growing trees, harvesting, trading and marketing, and then able to replant. But the growers can only replant if they get value out of the trees. So that completes the cycle. And so as growers, we want that cycle to be complete, okay? So that's why it's very, very, very important for the growers to get good value out of their trees. So that essentially is what creates sustainability. And of course, finally, sustainability is influenced by what the gentlemen and ladies, what the lady and gentlemen here do for us as an industry. Thank you.
Yes, just before I let you off the hook, there is this big issue around mobilizing private capital in the sector. And you as UTGA, I think you're in the most privileged position, being it a club of private sector players, but who really, really hold good assets, who are very creditworthy, who have a voice. Could you speak to us about forestry and wood and maybe associated value chains? What has UTGA, for example, championed? What has worked? What has not worked? And why? The reason why I'm asking is as grants continue to reduce, maybe they are not reducing, but those who need them are increasing at a rate they are not increasing at. What have you done, or what are you doing, and what results do we have, or where there are challenges or gaps? What, for example, would you need from us in the room to help you address those gaps?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think as far as financing is concerned, I need to take you back to how we started. The growers, most of the growers here, and some of them are in the room, they mobilized private capital, most of them. And that was augmented by grants, which was mainly from the SPGS project, okay? Which provided a grant which was in the form of a 50% reimbursement. So you had to plant your trees using your own money and get a reimbursement of 50% of your cost. So it's been essentially a mixed bag for us, for most of the private growers, that they are using their own funding grants. Now, of course, most of the early growers are moving into processing, and that's it's a different animal altogether. That requires something else. So you need, because that is more capital intensive, where for the people who are, especially the growers who are moving into processing, because most of the growers, our growers are not going to get into processing because of the requirement for the huge capital that is, it's capital intensive. But I think for those, and Richard has hinted a little bit of that, for those who are getting into processing, they are going to have to get into banks and other forms of financing and equity.
Just maybe one last one. Are there no incentives for centralized processing? Because I'm looking at this club of billionaires of UTGA and wondering, for these investments that we are seeing Chinese do here, is it unappealing, or does it not make business sense for 10 of them in a region to say, let's put up this 2, 3, 4, 5 billion facility, and then it consumes or processes what we have, our crop, as well as that may be coming from those, for example, who may not be part of us as investors, but who are within the area we are covering.
We're not a group of billionaires, actually. We are a group of
100 hectares is not small.
We are, yeah, but yeah, I get you. So I think essentially what is required for us to get there, first of all, it's possible. But like the success that we've had with growing trees, someone has got to drive that as a deliberate effort to bring such together, sell them the idea so that they accept that actually it's going to work for them, and then allow them to implement it. So that there's going to be a driver, there's going to be an enabler. And on this, Gatsby Africa has done a bit of that for us, for the growers in Uganda, for the tree growers in Uganda. And we have one of such groups now currently about to start operation in Luero and Hoima. So they've set up a factory, they've set up a facility, they've bought machinery, they've bought land, and they are about to, I think before the end of the year, they are going to start operation. So it's possible, but it requires that someone comes in and organizes and drives that process.
Nice. So, a good one. I'm contemplating about how to save you from not being that person. As UTGA, what role do you think you would play in actually championing that cause? Because when you go to the banking sector, a lot of those kinds of engagements actually are done by associations which are apex institutions of banks. You'll find UBA covering those issues. You know? CEOs of banks don't even need to be in the room. The ED will go meet the governor. Sometimes you find investors even coming in the country who are keen on pushing interventions in the financial services sector. We'll just drive straight to UBA office and say, how do we pull off this? It is. I'm singling them out as an example. But if you look at AMFU, Association of Microfinance Institutions of Uganda, they are really, that's one area. I'm feeling tempted to ask you, for example, how much would it cost UTGA to champion something like that? Because we have development partners in the room, I'm already looking now at a project or an intervention where which can be funded through a consortium of investors, or even governments which have equipment and technologies that you could create a market for by pushing for such interventions. Is this something you've attempted to do, or if you were to do it, what would it cost?
Thank you. Remember that we have a historical mandate as UTGA, and that was to organize the growers so that they are able to do some of these things, able to plant the right tree, right seedling in the right place at the right time, look after it very well, allow it to do weeding, do pruning and thinning, and get a tree that is of straight form and which is pruned and thinned. Okay? That's been our historical mandate. Now, as the trees grow, I think our work now has been elevated to provide information to the investors. For us not to invest ourselves, we cannot invest ourselves. Our job as a body is to provide information. And so I think to answer your question directly, I think we pride ourselves and we are growing into being able to provide information to anyone or any group that wants to invest in commercial forestry in Uganda.
Great. That's fair enough. Apologies for looking like I'm putting you on the spot, but government and Apex institutions, that is your turf. That is exactly what you should be offering the market. So I think let's hear again from Ministry of Environment. You're doing a lot around enabling the forestry and wood value chains to thrive and for actors in there to excel. What specific interventions are you championing to unlock investments? Feel free again to cross-reference or to just pick on an example that could address any of the issues these ones, the colleagues on this other side have expressed, either in terms of need or bottleneck. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Noah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Issa Katwesige. I work as Assistant Commissioner for Forestry in charge of Planning and Development in the Forestry Sector Support Department, which is now changing name. After the merger with NFA, will be becoming Department of Forest Management. So the process is on to do that. Previously, it was more of support, doing the oversight and coordination role of for the Minister of Water and Environment, or the Minister responsible for forestry. But now, with coming back to the center of NFA and the Central Forest Reserves, that would mean that we also going to be involved in management. So hence the name Department of Forest Management. That said, we are responsible for first and foremost coordinating the sector between the different stakeholders, government entities, private sector, civil society, and and then we also do the legislation, putting in place the legal and policy framework for forestry in the country, designing the laws in collaboration with the first Parliamentary Council of the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, and then doing the policies that match the times, and then also coordinating the processes for putting in place strategies that speak to the broad government development framework. And then we also regulate trade in forest products. We regulate most of the work related to forestry in collaboration with the line or lead entities on a number of frameworks. Say, for example, when it comes to trade, we work closely with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. We also work with customs and the Uganda Revenue Authority and domestic tax. And then we also work with the National Bureau of Standards when it comes to developing standards for the products that we're putting on the market, and the Uganda Investment Authority for the purpose of organizing investment in the sector. But most most important is promoting the sector, promoting forestry. And some of the interventions that we've had in place, Dennis already made reference. I'm sure Jerome also did the same in his earlier presentation in terms of what has got us up to this level. In the area of mobilizing resources, but then also attracting investment into the sector. There is resource provision through a number of interventions that government has designed over the last 3 decades, and with the results that we can see. But then there is also the aspect of attracting private capital, private investment into the sector, in essence creating jobs and creating value in the line of forestry. And key among those, of course, in the early, late 1990s, government embarked on some of the policies basically to attract private capital into the sector. And following the Nature Conservation Master Plan, there was the need or the purpose. It was identified to create alternatives to some of the drivers for forest degradation and forest loss at the time, by putting in place the need for commercial exotic species, basically to reduce on deforestation, but then also to create value or improve government investment on its own land, first and foremost, and then also on private land. So around that time, it was decided that private sector can be licensed to plant trees through licenses with the government, and they pay ground rent on annual basis. And at the same time, while they do that, of course, government benefits maybe on a number of fronts. One is consolidating the land and reducing the risk of losing it to land grabbing and encroachment. And then also, at the same time, the ecosystem functions that come with planting of trees, regardless of the species. Things like, improving the water cycle, controlling erosion, and protecting the land from landslides. And then also, on the other part, earning non-tax revenue from what has happened. And that saw the acreage increasing from less than 30,000 to over 400,000 hectares. And then at the same time, learning from the challenges of the planters, government also, in partnership with the European Union, designed the Soil Log Production Grant Scheme as a way of creating commercial, viable commercial investments of forestry, involving the private sector without so much of the government hand. So this was a grant that helped private sector to either better manage what they have or what they've established in form of the incentives of these subsidies government was providing, but at the same time also helping them either to expand if, if they've done so much. And in the same regard, we also put in place systems for quality plantation establishment by putting in place those guidelines that were a basis for anyone winning these grants or winning the subsidy. And yes, there were standards from the level of how the land is cleared, how the planting is done, how the planting materials are sourced, how the maintenance along the way is done, and so people are refunded in that front. Then downstream come NDP3. Of course, most of the plantations had private investment now in the form of processing. But unfortunately, of course, we attracted all caliber of processors that it was moving at the pace ahead of how much we could regulate as a sector. And of course, there have been a number of safeguards to limit how this is done. And yes, so currently, of course, we are in kind of a slump when it comes to you know, managing the processing and ensuring that there is a good return on investment on the side of the farmers, on the side of the processors. Yes.
Sorry for interruption. Maybe the one aspect, actually, it comes from a reflection we are having this morning, where I happened to participate in the Development Partners Roundtable for the Ministry for Financial Inclusion, for the Ministry of Finance. One big impediment to actual flow of money, especially on into efforts and investments that are being supported by government, was, you know, the observation that most government departments operate in silos. So I know there is a lot that is happening in terms of cross-department and cross-ministry interactions to enable access to finance and to enable investment to happen. Maybe you could, maybe in a minute or two, take us through what kind of discussions or interactions are happening, say, between Ministry of Environment and the Climate Finance Department of MOFPED, as the department whose mandate is actually to mobilize money that should be going into investments that you're leading technically. What is it? What challenges? If you had one or two asks from anyone in the audience or from the other departments that are represented here, or who we can reach out to later on, what would those asks be?
Okay, maybe I'll not speak to a particular department in finance, but finance as a ministry as a whole, because it's really quite diversified, and when it comes to the subject at hand, you'll find that it's actually outside the department on climate finance or the climate finance unit. But as a whole, we've had of course, the broad spectrum of the Greater Ministry of Finance also has the NPA, the National Planning Authority that designs the development agenda together with the macroeconomic department in the mainstream ministry. And what is happening at the moment is, of course, as you know, there is the tenfold growth strategy for the sector, and different sectors are organized into think tanks. And within the think tanks, there is one that, you know, there is the element of commercial forestry that has been singled out as part of the priority sectors under the ATMs, as they call them, because we have two fronts in there, in the line of manufacturing or agro processing or agro-industrialization, but also on the side of, on the side of putting the resource in place. So that recognition alone is key, and we've been tasked. Yes, previously there was a lot of working in silos because the times also dictated that the concentration, there wasn't so much that was necessary to go outside of the sector, save for the Ministry of Finance, because we're actually doing the process, the planting and putting the trees in place. But now as we go further along the value chain, of because you find that the stakeholder base has also expanded to include to have a lot of entanglement between our ministry and Ministry of Trade, as well as Ministry of Finance and the Office of the Prime Minister on the side of regulation. So what we have at the moment, and key among those, are these interventions where we're working with a number of partners. Most recently, we signed a forest partnership with the European Union as a way of migrating from establishment to doing the processing, creating value, creating jobs, because our belief is that once there is offtake on what has been planted, then perhaps the incentives of providing grants to do planting and continuing the cycle is probably not necessary at that point, since people will be realizing a good return on that and then sustaining the cycle on their own. So that's why a lot of focus is now into supporting industrialization, supporting investment in terms of sourcing finance, and also making the stakeholders, in this case, investor ready for viability. Because as we move with, especially when you attract now, when you move to attract financing, it's important that there is a strong case and proof for a business case like that shows that the entity is profitable. But then also on the other side, without being complacent, we're also looking at how do we continue the planting, the resource, such that it's not completely lost. And this brings me back to the Uganda timber growers. Yes?
Sorry for the interruption. In the interest of time, I'll give you maybe a few seconds to just wrap up. If there is a specific issue, for example, that UTJ has already mentioned, you may not need to. Just a few seconds to wrap up, and then we'll go to another panelist. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, moving forward, what we have planned is we're looking at, I mentioned that we will be working closely with the Ministry of Trade. We're looking at these industrial hubs, wood-based cluster processing hubs, whereby, based on what you are putting to Uganda Timber Growers Association, that actually what prevents these people from coming together and investing together. But we are trying to see how we are moving in the next cycle of the NDP4. We're looking at how we bring all these people in one place such that the residue or the product from one factory becomes an input for the next one. And then we continue that those people who have settled on doing low-level processing can be sustained at that stage. And then the next ones, the apex or the final product is availed for processing. And then we're also organizing.
Thank you, Issa. I think I'll beg to stop you here.
Okay.
We have a planned networking and interaction session after we've closed. So kindly, I request that you hold a bit of those that feedback and updates when we are open after this panel. Then we can continue the discussion. In the interest of time, allow me bring in Jerome here from Ministry of Trade. And the question I'll pose is the same question almost I asked, which Issa has been talking about, those cross-ministry interactions. No one ministry is able to fix a value chain, not even a sector. You'll find taxation issues are in some ministry, but they apply to a commodity or a resource that is in your docket. How is it going? Kindly, for example, update us about how you're handling this whole taxation issue, because that's a big deal for anyone who's doing any capital investment here. How are the classifications like exemptions? It's always good news and incentives. What are the considerations that we have therein to make us comfortable, or even to compel those of us who may not be already very fully vested in investing in the wood and forestry value chain to come in and do so? Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. So once again, I'm Jerome Nwawasa from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, specifically from the Department of Industry and Technology. And so there are very many cross-ministry activities that we do, being a ministry for trade and industry, because we take in products from other ministries and then we have to facilitate trade or industrialization. But I will focus on taxation for now, because I think it's also one of those big issues. So, and one of the major issues on taxation is taxation of machinery. Allow me to maybe speak more closely about that. So taxation of machinery for wood processing, for example, involves, you have 4 taxes to pay if you're bringing in any form of machinery. You're either paying what they call custom import duty, CID. The custom import duty is not a tax that is controlled by the government of Uganda, it is controlled by the East African community. But our participation is through what they call the common external tariff, where we go to negotiate favorable taxes for certain products. This is where if a sector is very important to a country will negotiate favorable taxes, special duties for that country. But this tax is zero rated for machinery. So if you're importing any machine for wood processing, you're not supposed to pay any customs import duty. The classification is industrial support machinery. However, I also want to mention that sometimes people misclassify. And when you do a misclassification, you are made to pay. So my advice to you is, my office exists, the Department of Industry exists to provide this kind of support. If you are asked to pay a tax, come to us, we can write and clarify that this is an industry support machinery. Through our mandate, we are the only ones who have the authority to say this is industry support. And if we say so, the people at URA cannot argue about that. The other tax is VAT. VAT is a tax that we have control over because it's a domestic tax. It's a local tax. It is set by the government of Uganda. It's 18%. Now, this VAT, we exempt it, especially for industries that are in industrial parks and free zones. And the reason we do this, you see, if you bring in a machinery and you pay VAT, let's assume that you're producing plywood. That plywood will charge tax on it, VAT on it. So as you're making tax returns for the VAT that you collected as you sold plywood, you are supposed to deduct the VAT you paid when you are bringing in the machinery that is used to make plywood. So the only thing we can do is to defer it. So sometimes we defer, VAT you don't exempt it, you defer it. Now, the reason it is easy to defer it, and the reason why cluster-based processing is a very important thing, is if you're within an industrial park or within an area which we know you're not going to try to cheat, we have more supervision, it is easy to defer because we'll be able to see everything that you're doing, all the products that you're making, so you will pay that VAT through the products. So it's very easy to defer it. However, on a case-by-case, we can defer VAT also based on the strategic nature. How much money are you putting in? Is this a very big investment? So if it is a lot of money, we can make a justification. If you're setting up an industry in a rural area, we don't want anybody to stop you, so we can also make a justification to say exempt this person from VAT because unlike other people who want to set up in cities, he's being kind enough to set up in a rural area, so provide a deferment. And many others.
Just to, sorry for interruption, just to double click on rural versus urban. How many kilometers is an area for it to qualify to be a rural area?
So,
is it from a city? Is it from a municipality? How do you determine that?
in essence, rural is anything that is not within the city. So we have designated cities, designated by the Ministry of Local Government. If you're outside a city, we consider it to be in a rural area.
Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough.
So I wanted to talk, so the other taxes would be withholding tax, which is 6%. This is also still a local tax that, again, using the same mechanisms, we can push for exemption, and something called the export levy tax, which can also be exempted. So I think, just to conclude, I would say use the Ministry of Trade to advocate for you to get these tax exemptions where they are problematic. This is something that a lot of people have not utilized, and those who understand it have utilized it and have benefited from it.
Good one. I hope everyone will be able to pick his number before you leave. I'm one of those who need it, so be gracious enough to give us the one which is on most of the time. Otherwise, that's very, very good news. Most of us start business, then we start to look for those to enable us to do the business after we've started, which should be the other way around. Let's take this time now to hear from UNBS. So standards is a big thing. And it is even more difficult when you're enforcing it in a sector that largely operates in an informal way, because it will always catch up with you on a daily. You know, usually when formalities are fast, then, you know, there's all this due diligence, there's all this preparation, there's all this coaching and mentorship of teams to implement what is supposed to be standard procedure to lead to a standard product. So, Bwana Paul, how, broadly speaking, is standardization an enabler of what we are doing in terms of enabling us to be able to trade and to do business? And like food, where some of the effects may be long-term, you need to eat to be exposed to, say, aflatoxins for some time for you to have cancer. For wood, there are no lies. Someone will see with their eye, they'll be like, no. Or they'll check and the moisture content is not there and it fails there and then. How do you think this is something we can really prioritize so that we can optimize what we are able to get out of this market? And then what are the specific initiatives that you're championing or putting in place to enable us be able to be on the good side of standards?
Thank you, Noah. First of all, I will clarify about my employment status. Otherwise, you're about to get me fired. I'm Paul Mugavi, an associate professor of forestry at the School of Forestry in Makerere University. Our mandate as professors, as lecturers, is threefold. It is teaching, research, and outreach. And under the outreach arm, I chair 3 committees of the UNBS, technical committees of the UNBS, that deal with timber, wood, and their products in general. But also the furniture one is a separate technical committee. So I would expect people like Footsteps, Furniture, and other people producing wood products to be using those standards. I have seen already in the room, there are some members of the technical committees, Dr. Christine Mwanja from Nafori, Obed Tugumisirize as well. I thought I should talk about those. So yes, today I'm here as part of UNBS, but then there is someone paying my monthly salary. I thought they might see this on TV and then I receive a letter for having 2 jobs.
Thank you for the clarification. I was,
okay.
At least you're associated with UNBS. My heart was like, oops.
Okay,
So,
now
please.
to your question. Yes, ask yourself when you have a dining table and a dining chair, what makes you be able to eat your food in such a way that either the table is not too high, covering your eyes, or too low, such that you're not able to pick the food? How did they come up with such a chair, such a table? Of course, it is through standards. The body has its features in certain proportions, and these are translated when they are making furniture, chairs or something, and that is standards. But we are very fortunate, most importantly, that we are the Secretariat for the East Africa region. The whole community. Uganda is the Secretariat for standards to do with wood, timber, and their products. That's a huge advantage to us. That means we can easily, I know there might be people from other countries, but I can say this, we can easily push our agenda, now I'm talking as a Ugandan, to the region. And also it provides an opportunity where we are not looking at Uganda as the market, but all the 7 countries. And at the East African level, all these countries participate, apart from Somalia, I think, and apart from Somalia, I think most of them participate, and this is good. Why is it good? That means product quality, whether it's a chair, whether it's a table, whether it is timber itself, is now standardized across the region. And the trade people know how the transfers are done at the borders, but this means you can access all that market without issues of quality being questioned. A few years ago, a grade of timber in Uganda, any grade, when transferred to Kenya, would be a grade lower. That's how it was. But right now, we are thinking along the same lines. And then, apart from the market access, of course, you get reduced costs and wastage. A few years ago, high-grade timber was exported for pallets, and that's a really waste. You won't maybe get value in terms of money, but also you have wasted your resource. Yet there could be other low grades or offcuts that could be used to do that. So currently, we are harmonizing standards for sawn softwood, pine. Let's say pine, but it involves pine, cypressus or cypress. It has podocarpus, araucaria. All these, I'm sure the planters that are here have these species. So we are trying to standardize, not trying to, we are in the process. And I have to give thanks to FAO because they have funded the process from making Uganda standards around maybe 2022, now to taking it to the region. And there is research going on trying to find out the grades which we can now unify across the regions. And a few people maybe have got a call from me. I know Richard got a call from me. Bakoja, you may not know who you were talking to, but we talked a few days ago, looking for some samples or something like that. And we are doing this around the country, but so the grades will be taken to the region pending research from other areas. Of course, some people have lesser capacity than others, like South Sudan, for example, and then they would take on ours. It is easier to take ours as a unified position than take grades from the UK, the way the industry has been doing. And so FAO is doing a great job in this. And soon, I think by maybe mid next year, we should have this unified standard for sawn softwood timber. And then we are still hoping we get funding. It's quite an expensive process. When someone hasn't been involved in it, it looks like something easy to do. But a lot of people are talking about eucalyptus, and that's where we are going next once we are done with the softwoods. And I think that's a very, very big opportunity in terms of quality, but also trade as well.
Okay, good, great insights there. And thank you. I hope you're not the only one taking calls regarding the timber standards. Perhaps maybe you could share in 10 seconds how we can access this information. Oftentimes, we delve into what the standards are even about before we are even aware of. Do we have a hotline? In case I want to get it right from the start, who do I call? Who do I talk to? Yeah.
Okay, in terms of accessing standards, there is a catalog on the UNBS website. All standards are accessed through the website because standards are personalized. The way you have your suit, it will come with your name because it has intellectual property issues. You can't just get a copy and photocopy and give everyone. They will know that so and so is the one who has broken the trust. So they are cheap, and when you go to the catalog, you'll find the title and the scope, what it covers, so you're able to pick the standard that you require. Perhaps there is more effort needed to raise awareness of what is available, but that will attract funding, I think, on the side of UNBS.
Okay, thank you. Last but not least is Carol. And, you know, everything around business in Uganda revolves around capacity. So if you're in the wood, forestry, value chains, we have those who want to know how to plant trees, who have to know which varieties to select. You have the one who needs to know how to write a proposal to access funding, or to even apply for a loan from a bank. We have those who want to use new technology and they need to learn about where to source it from, how to install it, how to use it. Innovation Village, and specifically Motive, you have been at the forefront of building capacities of entrepreneurs to be able to at least have the skill and knowledge before they, or as you know, they go along their paths of doing business. Looking specifically at the wood and timber, rather, and forestry sector, how do you think skills development can be aligned with, in general terms, with what the trends? Because minus that will always be on the catching up end of things. And you can't be aspiring to be a market leader when you're always catch up last. So how do you look at it? What has your experience been? Are there examples from better developed markets that you can give, which we can take and adopt? Maybe this is now an opportunity for you to make a call to the BDS providers in the market, in addition to Innovation Village and any other initiatives. What needs to be done to align skills development for this sector with the trends and where we would like to go?
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. People, save the best for last, yeah? Yeah, hi, everyone.
Hi.
Yeah, so my name is Carol Mujide, and I'm representing the Innovation Village. The Innovation Village is a destination for entrepreneurs. It's a place they call home, yeah? Why they call it a home is because we provide the tools, the infrastructure, the skilling, and market for their products in order for them to thrive, and we get to walk the journey with them. You clap for us. We are doing a good job. Yes. Yeah, we've been here since 2017, and we are still moving. so many startups and entrepreneurs have have passed through our hands, yeah? And we are so proud of the impact. So we get to support startups and entrepreneurs in different sectors. But for today, I'm going to basically focus on. So to go back to your question, Mr. Moderator, we've done quite a number of things. The first thing we always do when we are doing training, before we do any trainings, we talked about skilling and capacity building. There's what we call a needs assessment, yeah? We get to weigh in on the needs, you know, what is happening out there, what are the trends. I may not know, there's a gentleman from UNBS. I may not, maybe they may not know me, but at least we've worked with different regulatory bodies, URSB, UNBS, URA. We make sure that by the time this startup, this entrepreneur is leaving the program, yeah, they know that compliance is key. So we are one of those advocates that keep pushing for this, that compliance is key. And then when it comes to, we always encourage market research. I don't know if our entrepreneurs right there do some research. Yes or no? You may shake the head, but okay. So market research is very key, yeah? And this is not only for us that are doing the capacity building, but it goes back to you as an entrepreneur. Some people think market research is only when you're about to enter the wood industry. It goes on and on and on. Like, you have to do it at every step of the way. Then for this, I'm also looking at the technical vocational educational training, where we may have to incorporate, like collaboratively work with UGTA, my neighbor here. We may get, neighbor, yes. We get to work together when we are designing this curriculum. We get to look out there. I remember early on, one of the participants asked, where are the SMEs? You know, those small businesses out there, where are they? You know? So how about we reach out to them, and when we are designing the curriculum, when we are doing the capacity development, we get to onboard them. We see that we design a curriculum that is responding to the trends, to the needs, to the most pressing needs out there, as opposed to, you know, we know this is what has been what? This is the standard curricula, we must follow it, and from A up to Z, but without incorporating the trends. So we always work hand in hand with the different key players in the ecosystem to ensure that at the end of it all, we are delivering quality. The other is certifications. Yes, certifications are very key. I heard, was it the lady that talked about, the lady in the suit? You talked about ISO certified? I don't know if we have certifications in the woods.
A lot of them.
Yes, but how often do we talk about them? So I was sitting in, I didn't hear anyone emphasizing certifications. How are they key to our entrepreneurs that are right here? So if you're in a business, if you're in an industry and you want to be credible, you want to build that reputation around you where, you know, it's global and everything. We need to, as opposed to, well, we have URSB, we have UNBS, all those things. But you need to also be credible in the particular field that you're in, the woodworking that you're doing. The other thing is, well, we are here for a dialogue. I would like to call upon my colleagues, yes, on the panel. We can get to work together and by leveraging existing infrastructure. We have a school of the School of Forestry in Makerere. We have Chambogo has a department right there. We have the Uganda Industrial Research Institute. They have the infrastructure. We have Motive, a product of the Innovation Village. We have a woodworking space there. But I believe if we worked together, yeah, we leveraged on the existing infrastructure, we can be able to move this industry, this ecosystem of woodworking even further. Yes, that's
Okay, maybe the question you may also want to just quickly touch on is why aren't we working together? Skilling is key. Everyone knows it. The process and that we should follow is known. Why are we just not working together? What can we purpose to change from today onwards? For example, we have UIBFS, Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services in the room. We've just, for example, launched a green finance curriculum with them. And the purpose of the curriculum is just to help actors in the financial services space appreciate how best they can offer financing, green finance or sustainable finance,
Yes.
where, of course, almost all the investments in wood fall, the right way. But why is it not happening? What is that thing we need to change? What must we switch on or switch off? If we were
at the even such platforms, because we are able to share knowledge, we are able to express ourselves, because I believe tomorrow, if I reach out to express ourselves, because I believe tomorrow, if I reach out to UTGA requesting for their input, UTGA requesting for their input, it will not look like they are hearing. It will not look like they are hearing Innovation Village for the very first time. The wood ecosystem, and then it goes on and on and on.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So, in short, SDG 17, let's partner.
Yes, work together.
Let's partner. Let's talk, because without the partnership and the relationship and the bond, or the bonds, we cannot support each other in terms of addressing our pain points, or supporting where we need to support each other for the value chains and the businesses to thrive. That brings us to the end of the submissions from the panelists. In the interest of time, we may not be able to give a lot of time towards parting shots. I really believe each of us had ample time to express in terms of what you're doing and what you would wish to answer. I doubt whether Zainabu to take us through the closing remarks or aspects of this panel. Otherwise, I would like to thank my panelists and the businesses on this side. Yes, you need to clap for these guys thunderously, because these are the people who will determine whether the business continues to exist beyond today or not. So thank you very, very, very much. We'll continue to work with you. We have an activity going on which is keen on discussing everything we've discussed, but also seeing how we can work more closely with financial institutions. So I'll be personally reaching out to all of you, as well as you on this side, because we want to teach. We clearly recognize that they are not adequate if we want to get to where we want to get in terms of being competitive, but also in terms of being effective and efficient. So I'll be reaching out to you. Kindly grant me the audience so that we can further this discussion. Thank you, and I don't know if the panel goes back now or if they have to wait for a few more minutes. Okay, Zainab says we can leave. We can leave the stage. So let's maybe come here and have our photo moment, and then we'll hand over. The FAO team will guide us on in terms of how we go forward. Thank you.
It's never easy doing an afternoon session, but we really want to thank our panelists for the good job, for sharing with us, and the moderator, Noah, well done. Let's give them another hand of applause. And also to you, our audience, for really being very engaging, but most importantly, being extremely patient, that you've stayed with us since morning until now as we come to the close of the event. I think as part of the organizing team or of the organizers, I think one of our objectives of the meeting, which was really to make sure that you create a platform for getting to know who is in the ecosystem, who needs who. Given the last submission, I think from Carol Innovation Village and her plans to further engage UTGA, to us, it really points to achieving one of our objectives, which is to engage, to network, and build these partnerships. So thank you so much once again, all of you. Also, our other key objective was really to present these businesses, especially to the financiers, the banks, the impact investors, whom we had an opportunity to hear from in the morning. I think it's also a good opportunity that the banks get to know what the businesses are offering, and we believe that beyond here, we'll have conversations continuing. And one of the things that came out also very strongly was the need for supporting the financial institutions to know more about the sector, to understand the sector better, to be able to appraise these businesses better and know how to classify them in their loan bookings. So yes, yeah, we have a partnership with Uganda Institute of Bankers and Financial Services, the financial institutions supporting to organize such events with the different financiers in basically supporting capacity development. We also have with us Uganda Bankers Association. Patricia is here with us. She works with the Bankers Association. I'm sure you'll be engaging further with the Dennis, the Uganda Timber Growers Association. We have Mr. Mayondo, Uganda Manufacturers Association. Yes, so we would like to see these kind of engagements and partnership happening. Mayondo heads the manufacturers of wood and wood products within UMA. We have UTGA Dennis heading the Uganda Timber Growers Association, and then we have the Uganda Bankers Association. Really, our objective was to make sure that we make you people meet so that we have these conversations, going on, and to see how together we build a strong ecosystem to support growth of the wood industry. Maybe one other thing I would also like to speak to is as part of really facilitating financing, we had in the room, I think, we expected Uganda Development Bank, UDB, to be with us, but unfortunately, they were not able to make it due to unforeseen circumstances. But just to say that Uganda Development Bank is working with the UN CDF. We had somebody here, Deus, I don't know if you're still around, but they work, and the Triple GI, I see Florence there. So they're working on developing a financial instrument that is focusing on the wood value chain. So let's keep engaging as these developments come through. We'll keep engaging you and consulting you in terms of what you think would be the right financing instruments to target our sector. And then last but not least, within FAO, we will also be working with the business development service providers. You've seen part of the feedback from the financial institutions was to keep improving the bankability of our businesses. So within the work that we do, we will continue providing business development support within the program, I know there are a number of businesses that have applied to our business development support program. So we'll be running a cohort of both incubation and acceleration programs together with service providers like Innovation Village to really see that we make these wood sector businesses more attractive to financials. So those are some of the parting shots that I wanted to share with you as we come to the end of the session, and to really once again thank you so much for sparing time and staying with us, and we hope that these conversations will continue and we together grow the industry. I would like now to invite once again the representative from the Ministry of Water and Environment to come and close the workshop. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Zainab. And I don't want to spend so much time of the already overspent day. I also want to add my voice to that of the organizers to thank everyone for turning up today. But of course, as on my side, this is very important as Ministry of Water and Environment, as forestry sector. Of course, whatever else happens now depends on the downstream processes, the off-takers, what Jerome does, what Investment Authority does, what the manufacturers do. That is what is going to sustain the work we've put in over the years. So I believe now that, of course, Jerome can't operate without the bankers, he can't operate without the processors. So it's a call to everyone, the research. I see in the room we have NAFORI, but then we also have UNBS, and that is very crucial. That yes, the soft part to some of these is important, that as we do the innovations, I'm glad that, that we have the Innovations Village for the bit of interesting the young people, but then also in trying to make forestry or wood processing part of the current vibe. Because when it comes to the young generation, maybe this could be looked at as a business of the old people, but it's important that the children and their children also appreciate this industry. So while that is ongoing, it's very important that we'll continue the cycle. We're at that point where, I mean, there is a lot of low morale in some of the segments of the industry. But of course, as the businessmen say, the best time to buy stock is when the markets have crashed, because that's the time that actually wealth is changing hands. So that has not stopped many other people from continuing and doing the planting as we do the streamlining. So I want to thank you once again, and of course, this project is part of that process to bring in as many stakeholders on a different category of stakeholders into the industry to improve what we are doing and address the silo approach that my friend Noah mentioned about, that yes, because it's at this point that you actually invite everyone and count on their understanding and appreciation of the sector for it to be continued. I want to thank you once again and take this opportunity to close this meeting and wish you well on your way back home and in your respective endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Issa. I think the meeting is officially adjourned, but we may need a few minutes at the coffee space out there to cement our relationships and partnerships. And for any questions that you had that we're not able to respond to here, feel free to engage us in the coffee place. Please grab a cup of